7th Annual Incubating Climate Innovation Symposium. But before I give my welcome remarks, there are a few people here that I would please just like to acknowledge. I know how busy everyone is, and I always say I don't take it for granted when you choose to be with us when we are hosting an event. We have with us Ambassador Ben-Mark Diendere, who's Canada's permanent observer to the African Union at the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis. Thank you so much for making time for this. We also have Kathleen, Head of Development Cooperation at the Global Affairs Canada and a friend of GCIC's. You're very welcome. We have with us also Harriet and Mr. Arthur, who is a speaker this morning. But Harriet wears many hats, and one of the other hats that she wears is that she's on the board of Ashesi University. Harriet, we're very pleased to have you here. Thank you for making time. Also, one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, Dean Abdul Mahdi from Ashesi University, the Dean of Student Affairs of Ashesi. We have representatives from the EPA, you're welcome. Representatives from the Minister of State for Sustainability and Climate Change. Anybody else that I've missed, forgive me. I'll buy you lunch. Okay. So, we're building for scale and action for greater impact. It is my pleasure to welcome every single person to today's symposium. So I welcome climate champions, innovators, partners from the private sector, donor and investment community, government officials, and fellow ecosystem builders. Incubating climate innovation has become a gathering, the gathering, that has, for the last 8 years, served as a crucible of ideas, a showcase of emerging talent, and a platform for bold ambition. And I'm particularly delighted to welcome you to this year's symposium under the theme, Building for Scale, Action for Greater Impact. Because when I conceived the idea of this symposium in 2017, the vision was actually straightforward, but it was also very urgent. It was vitally urgent. The vision was to create a forum where entrepreneurs incubated by the Ghana Climate Innovation Center could meet, could interact, and exchange value with the broader ecosystem, that being donors, investors, policymakers, and technical experts. The goal was, and still is, to deepen mutual understanding, to forge relevant partnerships, and to ensure that climate innovation in Ghana and across Africa thrives not in isolation, but as part of an intelligent, responsive, and well-resourced ecosystem. And over the past 8 years, we have made visible strides. Entrepreneurs have emerged with remarkable ideas: solar irrigation systems, biodegradable packaging, organic farming inputs, waste-to-energy innovations, and a lot more. Yet while these ideas and ambition abound, the road to scale remains steep. And we find ourselves at a moment that demands not just innovation, but bold, scalable systems, shifting innovation. So this year's symposium, the theme challenges all of us, entrepreneurs, financiers, policymakers, and technical experts, to turn the page from incremental activity to exponential action. Let us all be clear. We are living in the age of a climate emergency. Its impacts are visible across every sector, from agriculture to health, energy to housing. But even in the face of this stark reality, climate-focused entrepreneurs, particularly those led by African founders, unfortunately remain on the financial margins. Consider this. According to recent research, only about 14% of climate finance deployed in Africa reaches locally led organizations. And less than 3% of African startups overall have received venture capital in the last 3 years. And even fewer if we zero in on climate-oriented ventures. And meanwhile, the majority of funding available to these entrepreneurs comes in the form of small grants, enough to retrofit a warehouse and to procure some equipment, but not enough to catalyze growth at the scale this climate crisis demands. But why is this the case? Part of the challenge, unfortunately, lies with us, the entrepreneurs. There remains a critical gap. Many startups are still thinking linearly, and they're still thinking transactionally. They're pursuing grants for one-off assets or developing pitch decks that are divorced from sound financial and market realities. Too often, far too often, we see founders outsourcing critical aspects of their business development, financial modeling, planning, and data gathering. They're outsourcing this to third parties, and then without internalizing or owning that knowledge. To us at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, this is perilous. Because if you cannot explain your business, not just your idea, but your business, in clear commercial terms, it becomes near impossible to inspire confidence in those whose capital or partnership that you seek. So let me say this clearly. Understanding your numbers, your market, your margins, and your value chain, it's not a luxury. It is, in fact, a necessity. But entrepreneurs are not the only ones who must evolve. The financing ecosystem itself, from banks to investors to multilaterals, still lagging behind the realities of climate entrepreneurship. Regrettably, loans remain climate agnostic, gender agnostic, and sector insensitive. Collateral requirements do not budge, even in the face of a climate emergency. And the same rigid rules apply, whether you're building a coffee shop or a solar microgrid. This misalignment stifles innovation before it even has a chance to bloom. And what we need are new instruments. We need new vehicles and new partnerships that recognize the distinct nature of climate ventures, particularly those in the early and growth stage. We need blended finance models that mix public, private, and philanthropic capital. We need facilities that combine grant funding with equity, debt, and technical assistance. We need strategic matchmaking that brings together local entrepreneurs with global technology and manufacturing firms so that we're creating joint ventures that scale impact and spread risk. And this brings me to a promising frontier: strategic partnerships and international actors. Across various sectors, clean energy, waste management, sustainable agriculture, we are seeing increased interest from global firms seeking to enter the African market through local partnerships. These are golden opportunities to structure deals that deliver financial returns, build local capacity, and deliver climate impact at the scale that is needed. So imagine a model where a donor provides technical assistance, a bank provides concessional debt, and an international partner brings proprietary technology, all tied together in a single, well-structured, locally rooted project. This is the kind of layered, intelligent collaboration we must now pursue. But for any of this to work, from accessing finance to forming partnerships, there must be one thing at the core. That is data. Data is the lifeblood of credibility. It shows traction, clarifies need, measures impact, and it de-risks investment. Yet, far too many of our startups do not collect or use data as a management tool. This must change. So whether it's customer usage data, carbon savings, job creation metrics, or even unit economics, data must become central to how climate enterprises operate, how they grow, and how they communicate value. It is no longer optional. It really is not. It's a strategic infrastructure. Before I conclude, let me set the stage for the powerful presentations that you will hear today, each designed to take us deeper into the core of this year's theme. We will hear from a speaker who will explore how strategic international collaboration can unlock scale. This will not be a theoretical conversation, but a practical one, drawing on real-life examples of how local climate enterprises can forge partnerships with experienced global actors to co-create value, access financing, and expand reach. This is about understanding how to position your business not just as a local solution, but as a scalable partner on the global climate front. Another speaker will address a topic that is both urgent and often underdeveloped: the use of data as a strategic management tool. Because for any founder, especially in the climate space, data is not just about metrics, it's about mindset. And her session will draw on what the data collected on GCIC-supported entrepreneurs since 2017 is saying about climate ventures in Ghana, what it's saying about the enterprise metrics, their climate metrics, and seek to explain how enterprises, as well as the donor and investor community, can use insights from data for envisioning and then creating our business climate future, to scale impact, to navigate complexity, and communicate value to investors. Both sessions are essential, especially for entrepreneurs here seated. The sessions will equip and inform, even as they transform how you think about partnership, how you think about growth, and decision-making. So what is the way forward? To our entrepreneurs, we say, think bigger. Move from grant dependence to growth orientation. And master pursue partnerships that unlock your next level. And to our financiers, very respectfully, we say, rethink your approach. Climate is not a sector, it is the context. So adapt your instruments, think blended, think long term and think with empathy. And to our policymakers, to our ecosystem leaders, let us design ecosystems that reward collaboration, ecosystems that incentivize data use, and ecosystems that link local ventures to global value chains. This symposium and this moment is not just about talk. It is a convening with purpose to catalyze action, build new relationships, and to unlock the scale of the impact that we need. So let us leave here today, not just inspired, but activated, ready to forge partnerships, to shift mindsets, and deliver solutions that meet the urgency of our time. And together, we can, and indeed we must, build for scale, for greater impact, because the world will get better if we just let it be. I thank you and welcome you again to GCIC's Incubating Climate Innovation Symposium 2025.
Thank you so much. Shall we hear it again for her? If you follow Ruka like I do on LinkedIn, you probably had a bittersweet moment like I did when we saw her farewell post. Because truth is, she is leaving GCIC. And it's bitter because, yes, she's leaving all the great work and the amazing leadership she's given us. But it's sweet because we know that she's on to greater things and even more impact. So I'd like you to help me. Let's all give her a standing ovation for the incredible work she's done with GCIC in the last 8 years and with ICI specifically in the last 7. Thank you so much. You may all take your seats. When I saw the post, the first thing I said was, who's going to take her place? You know, we've got some pretty big shoes to fill. But yes, we're very appreciative. And, you know, within this conference, you will see firsthand the impact in the last 7 years. I'd also like to acknowledge our sign language interpreters. I've got Francis Kweku SL to my right. And Elsie is sitting over there. She'll join us, Elsie Avevo. They are both from Ashesi University. And of course, we know that Ashesi University is the parent institution for GCIC. So a round of applause for Ashesi University once again. And GCIC's projects are very well funded with grants from GIZ and the Global Affairs Canada. And on that note, I'd like to introduce the funding organization for GCIC, Global Affairs Canada's Director and Head of Cooperation for the Canadian High Commission, Madam Kathleen Flynn Dapar. A round of applause for her as she joins us up here. Thank
Center Executive Director. Abdul Mahdi, Dean of Students and Community Affairs at Ashesi University. Honorable Madam from the Board of Ashesi University. Representatives from the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. Representatives from the Government of Ghana, the private sector, and members of the diplomatic community. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Over the past 3 years, I have had the pleasure of attending numerous events organized by the Ghana Climate Innovation Center and Ashesi University, including this annual symposium. And I will say that each time I leave deeply inspired by the resilience, the ingenuity, and the tangible impact of the entrepreneurs that I encounter. Entrepreneurship, and particularly leading a small or medium enterprise, demands more than just vision. It requires the courage to think beyond conventional boundaries and the determination to craft innovative solutions to the pressing challenges within our communities. What is especially encouraging is how many entrepreneurs in this room are not only addressing today's socioeconomic challenges, but they are also positioning themselves as pioneers in the transition to a green economy, and as we'll discuss more and more today, taking this to scale. So whether it's through sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, or eco-friendly manufacturing, you are all proving that climate action and economic opportunity go hand in hand. According to the World Bank, small and medium enterprises account for about 90% of all businesses and employ 80% of workers in Africa. The risks that you are taking in pursuing your passion are not insignificant, and I'm proud to share that here in Ghana, since the GCIC project with Global Affairs was launched in 2021, 130 entrepreneurs have participated in the Incubation program. They have generated about 10 million Canadian dollars in revenue. And they've created over 1,600 new jobs. So talk about impact in just a short amount of time. That's the power of entrepreneurs. Canada is committed to the climate action and gender equality that embodies the program of the SURGE project, which is what we call our initiative with GCIC. And we're proud to support this center in their efforts to develop the capacity of women and men entrepreneurs in Ghana. Through this program, GCIC's tailored support to women-owned and women-led businesses in the Women's Entrepreneurs Transformation Program not only enhances the confidence of women, but it also directly is contributing to improvements to their enterprises. In fact, women who've participated in the program have reported success in business negotiations and in managing and scaling up their businesses. For many, the journey from idea to execution requires more than just capital. It requires the courage to step into boardrooms, pitch rooms, and policy discussions with clarity and conviction, with data, in fact. GCIC and the portfolio managers' mentorship and capacity building approach has empowered entrepreneurs to present their value propositions with confidence and backed by solid business plans. As Canada continues to partner with Ghana on climate innovation, let's remember that the fight for sustainability is not just about policies or technologies, it's about people. I'm actually very pleased to be able to bring along with us Ambassador Diandere. He is not just our permanent observer to the AU, he's also Canada's Special Envoy for Africa, a new position that was created to support Canada's first ever Africa strategy, which is titled A Partnership for Prosperity and Shared Security. Now, this strategy reflects the evolution of our relationship with the continent and aims to deepen economic cooperation, enhance commercial ties, and strengthen people-to-people connections, particularly through diaspora, through youth, through the private sector. At its core, the strategy is built on a bold and optimistic thesis that a deeper peer-to-peer partnership rooted in shared values, mutual respect, and inclusive growth is the best way forward. Africa is the most demographically dynamic region in the world. It is rich in natural resources. It is home to a growing, young, and mobile workforce, and is increasingly a hub for innovation and high-tech manufacturing. And these are opportunities not just for Africa, but for global partners seeking to diversify supply chains, build resilient economies, and foster inclusive prosperity. So I am very honored that our special envoy was able to join us today. We just came from actually Impact Investing Ghana's Africa Impact Summit. Earlier this week, we also co-hosted with Fidelity Bank and GIZ, who also support GCIC, a diaspora investment forum. So I hope that everyone was listening to you, Ruka, as carefully as I was, because I really feel like this is a culmination of interactions that we have brought to this special envoy that really show that Ghana is the starting point for what we want to achieve. This was his first trip here as special envoy outside of Addis Ababa, and we're really thrilled that we've been able to engage him in these ways. So let me just conclude by saying to every entrepreneur here that we see you, we believe in you, and through partnerships like GCIC, we will keep investing in you and we will support efforts to bring this to scale. Thank you, everyone. Midase.
Thank you so much, Madam Kathleen Flindapar. For the Canadian High Commission, once again, we appreciate all your support for this incredible initiative and this symposium over the years. From her, we would like to hear from Mr. Abdul Mahdi. He's the Dean of Students and Community Affairs of Ashesi University, which I mentioned is the parent institution of GCIC. Please, let's hear it for him as he joins us on stage as well.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Ruka, if you can please permit me to stand on the protocol already established. Ashesi community. I applaud the GCIC team for the great programs it puts together for us year after year. I also want to say a big thank you to all the partners of the GCIC, as well as Affairs Canada, DIZ, and various corporate supporters. Climate change and sustainability development remains an urgent matter for our world. Globally, the United Nations estimates that over 3 billion people are vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And we see this all around us. At Ashesi, we harvest rainwater, operate multiple boreholes, and recycle, reuse wastewater. Yet, we cannot avoid the occasional water shortage. With the growing population of our host community, Berkusu, pressure is piling on immediate sources of water, and addressing such issues requires innovation, problem-solving, and collaboration. This is why the work of the GCIC as a convener of stakeholders through programs like this is such an important mandate. The grim truth, however, is that climate change has much deeper consequences than we can appreciate immediately. Let me tell you a story. In 2023, about 100 students from the struggling partner university based in Niger transferred to Ashesi. Through our various interactions with these students, we have found ourselves more attuned to the issues of the Sahel than we may otherwise have been. About a dozen of us have made repeated trips to Niger, and we've engaged with many families, communities, and state institutions in that country, as well as other countries in the Sahel region. Permit me to use a case from the Sahel, widely narrated by the United Nations as a case study to make my point about far-reaching and complex consequences of poor environmental stewardship. The Sahel region accounts for half of all terrorism-related deaths in the world. It is a data point that speaks to the crisis of conflict in the region. How did we get here? From the mid-1960s to the mid-1980s, a series of severe droughts created exceedingly difficult problems with accessing water and land for farming and grazing across the Sahel region. River Niger and Lake Chad, the two major water bodies in the area, both saw their volumes of water shrink to historic lows. The attendant scarcity in water and suitable land for crops and grazing deepened age-old conflicts that culminated in political instability across the region by the 1990s. Recently, volumes in both water bodies have started to increase due to unusually heavy rains. The intense rainfall, coupled with the impact of past droughts, unfortunately created flooding. This flooding together with pollution from the industrial waste and excessive use of fertilizers, also then led to a depletion of River Niger's shoreline, diminishing its agro-suitability. Consequently, the political, economic, and security situation in Sahel has become even more precarious now as the continued environmental challenges intensify recurring conflicts. The case of the Sahel is a dramatic but clear illustration of the impact of our management of environmental issues on the security, economic, social, and political progress of our communities. Nevertheless, amidst these crises lie immense opportunities. First, through the power of science, we can tackle waste more effectively through recycling or conversion into sources of energy. Second, the prior experience has better equipped us to deal with the environmental impact of other activities like mining for lithium, an important commodity in recent years. And third, a more interconnected world affords us the means to leverage the combined strengths of multiple partners to implement intervention projects and programs at a scale that we did not previously contemplate. This power of connection is what makes this year's symposium theme, Building Scale Action for Greater Impact, so important. We may have the know-how to act, but nothing worthy can be accomplished by only one individual or even one organization. We must therefore create and nurture meaningful connections that would empower our country and continent to tackle this multi-generational challenge of climate change. As I conclude, allow me to share another example of how small beginnings, a bold vision, and collaboration can create powerful impact. And I know many of you are thinking this is about Ashese. It's not. This story is about late Wangari Maathai, Africa's first female Nobel Peace Laureate. In the 1970s, Wangari, a vet anatomist and activist at the University of Nairobi, became concerned about the depletion of woodlands in Kenya and its resultant debilitating effects on the welfare of the region's women, whose primary source of subsistence was agriculture. She founded a grassroots movement that over the next few decades mobilized women across East Africa to plant more than 30 million trees and help to create jobs and preserve the integrity of the environment. I hope we can use today's meeting to make the meaningful connections necessary for launching and driving the level of impact that Wangari Maathai and her partners achieved. Again, I congratulate the GCIC team for convening a stellar, as they always do, array of actors across government, civil society, and business to launch us into the endeavor. Thank you very much.
And Community Affairs at Ashesi University. Let's hear it once again for him and the strategic partnership that Ashesi University offers GCIC. So we are streaming on YouTube. So while you are taking pictures and sharing either in your WhatsApp statuses, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, just please couldn't make it, can also follow the program live. The program live on YouTube. We're using two hashtags: build sustainable businesses in the long run, so we can continue to impact, we can continue to impart change in our communities. You see it a lot in the green economy, but you also see it a lot in the orange economy, in the creative space, where we're very passionate about doing incredible events, concerts, programs, but we lack the plan to make the businesses sustainable. So this is very, very important, and I'm excited personally about it. I've shared it, so do share it with people out there. It's very important that as many entrepreneurs who can't be part of the cohorts can at least be part of these deliberations and pick lessons from them as well. We are about to watch a very important video and present a showcase of the impact that GCIC has had when it comes to this space of identifying and supporting these businesses that are aligned with climate change, sustainability plans as well. We're about to see a journey through GCIC's transformative work across Ghana's climate entrepreneurship space. The video we're going to watch captures how GCIC has influenced change from empowering women-led agribusinesses all over Ghana to scaling clean energy solutions. We'll see entrepreneurs whose innovations have reshaped industries in this part of the country, communities thriving through climate resilience practices, and the numbers behind the stories. We've heard a few of those stats already: the jobs created, the carbon reduced, and the lives that have been improved. So ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen as we watch the video.
The Ghana Climate Innovation Center was established to support small and growing businesses that are responding to the global climate emergency, either from the adaptation or the mitigation perspectives. We have also seen the need to expand our impact by supporting businesses with a significant growth potential, but with detrimental environmental impacts. So other enterprises in sustainable fashion, in the cuisine industry, in maybe several other sectors, whether in transport or in manufacturing, are also supported as part of our services in order that their processes towards growth can be made clean, in order that this will support the entire global emergency for a transition towards green growth.
Impampa Cereals Limited is basically a home where we make indigenous Ghanaian cereals. Most of the raw materials are sourced right here in Ghana. So we source some directly from the farmers and also some from the market women. And then we put everything together to make variety of nutritious cereals for both mothers, children, fathers, and everybody in the family. My name is Juliet Ekia Ejapo Malabi, and I am the CEO of Impampa Cereals.
I actually thought about neem oil 18 years ago. I actually found the receipt from the US Postal Service that had mailed a sample to a company in the US, neem oil, and it was October 10th, 2007. And the company actually wanted a container of neem oil, but we couldn't get anybody in Ghana to supply. So that dream fell apart until 5 years ago. My nephew came to me and said he and his friends wanted to do neem products. And I said, oh, okay, that's good. I've thought about this before. I've always wanted to do this, so let's go ahead and do it. And that's how come we started Kingsworth. My name is Dr. James Korte. I'm the CEO of Kingsworth Farms.
My name is Hisham Seydou. I'm the General Manager and co-owner of Kokobila Nasia Farms. We are located in the Sablugu district of the Northern region. It's a 350-acre farm. We are primarily mechanized. We do mechanized production, a lot of irrigation, and then we are also sustainable and environmentally friendly in a lot of our operations. We do a lot of climate smart agriculture, conservation farming, and then also we power our systems using a hybrid solar system. We are certified seed producers. We also produce grain, maize, rice, soya bean. We produce butternut squash, mango. We have an apiary. We produce honey. We also have a cattle head that we also use for beef production.
Climate change has become a big issue, and the impact of climate change is very huge. Climate change is affecting both human and nature, and there's a need to speed up action on the ground to be able to achieve the global goal on ensuring that we can reach net zero, low carbon, and also to be able to achieve the 2 degrees and a pathway of 1.5 degrees. That is what Ghana Climate Innovation Center can play a key role because it requires all hands on deck, and all civil society and key players are required to play a very vital role to be able to get this done.
Hillswell Farms is an eco-friendly organization that we are interested in reforestation, producing neem products both for agriculture, cosmetics, and in the future, pharmaceuticals. We're also interested in developing the communities around where we work. For example, we don't know of any organization where we plant the neem trees, and when it's harvest time, it's open season for the whole community. Anybody can go and harvest, and when they harvest, all we ask is they bring us the seeds, we weigh it, and we pay them. So it's a win-win situation. We see ourselves as educating the public to gradually go more into organic farming.
As a farm, one of our major aims is to be as efficient and productive as possible. So we've adopted the use of irrigation over the years, which allows us to go beyond the northern season. Normally has just one production season. So using the irrigation allows us to go sometimes do up to 3 productions of crops in the year. So that was the first motivation, to be more productive. In more recent years, due to climate variabilities, we've been experiencing a lot of droughts and erratic rainfall. They also come in helpful to help us also support our production when we go through dry spells. Solar energy, which is also making us more, giving us a greener footprint. Our system is not fully independent yet. It's currently hybrid, where we are supplying the energy we produce to the national grid to offset what we are using from the national grid.
We have been able to identify farmers who provide us the raw materials that are naturally grown here in Ghana. We used to produce manually with this traditional roaster. It's a roller, you just put, and it needed firewood to do that, and it was tiresome, number one. The drums were very small, so we couldn't produce much. We're doing just about 25 kilos per batch, and that was taking even hours. Aside that, myself and the workers were going through a lot. I mean, the smoke, it wasn't good for their health. And then we reached out to GCIC. And with that, they've been able to support us with a bigger roaster. We use this LPG. It's able to take up to 500 kilograms of cereal. And we're able to get to, so that is doing a ton at a go. And this can do, so we actually are able to produce a ton within an hour, which is a massive improvement. It has improved our way of production, our productivity. We're able to save more time, save more energy, and also for the health of all the individuals here who work at Impampa Cereal.
In terms of the future and what it is that we hope will happen with climate-focused entrepreneurs, of course we hope that more entrepreneurs, right, will transition to be climate entrepreneurs or climate-smart entrepreneurs, that more entrepreneurs will use climate-smart technology. Think about the commercial benefits of entrepreneurship. And more entrepreneurs will be also concerned about social returns, environmental returns, even as they conduct their everyday businesses. That the leadership of these enterprises in the future will prioritize ESG, they will prioritize climate-smart technologies, and even as they prioritize commercial benefits of entrepreneurship.
I always say that the master classes for me was probably the biggest takeaway, because it helps us as company management to see things in a different perspective, see how best we can, how it can be more efficient, where maybe we're falling short, where we can improve. Also to take into more things into consideration, like previously we've had smaller solar systems in the past. We never really looked at carbon savings and things like that. We've been doing a lot of tree planting over the years, but was never really with the aim of reforestation or carbon sequestration. So now we are more conscious of those things. And of course, The other obvious benefit of the program was the support we got in getting the infrastructure to improve our solar system.
GCIC grant has helped us to, one, very thankful for that, and above all, it's also helped us with the solar system. And for a company which is based on being green, that was a godsend, because even though our solar now maybe provides us with about 25-30% of our energy, that was very expensive. We couldn't have done it now without your help. So we're very, very grateful for that. The training you gave our manager, indispensable. Like I said, he never had any management training before that, so that has been very essential. And of course, all the equipment we got has increased our production by almost 50%. So we are able to do a whole lot more.
My portfolio manager was helpful. He made me understand that you can't just buy and sell. You need business owner to strategize, making sure that you are making profits or losses. So he opened my eyes in terms of bookkeeping, making sure my bookkeeping is rightly done and making sure that I am doing the right thing so that I won't run at a loss. My take home from GCIC was the WETP, the master classes. It was transformational. If I'm supposed to go back to GCIC, it's something I'm actually going to go for. Through these sessions, we've been able to identify, in fact, take ourselves out of work. Sometimes, before GCIC, it was very chaotic. I personally didn't know how to even balance my personal life and also work life. Through that, I've been able to balance all these things. And I was taught that before you be able to pour out into your business, your cup must be full. And through that, before I get to work, I make sure that I am mentally, psychologically, and physically well to be able to even transform that energy to the workers I have here. So it's been very transformational, and thank you, GCIC.
Incredible. Holistic impact. Mind, body, soul, right? Let's hear it again for GCIC. I love seeing impact stories like that. It really inspires. It really does. In the world we live in today, data is king. We all know that. There's no scaling. There's no action without data to inform the decisions that you need to make. If you choose to move without it, you're moving blindly, and it's counterproductive. Our next speaker is one who's dedicated his life to gathering data, to understanding data through his research, and implementing that data in the policies that cut across the private and public sector and the development we seek in those specific sectors when it comes to Ghana's green economy. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our next speaker, a representative from Imani, Africa. He was here last year, so it's a pleasure to have him again on stage this year, Mr. Dennis Asare. He's a senior research associate with Imani, Africa.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back again. The representative of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, the Executive Director of the Ghana Climate and Innovation Center, Ms. Ruka Sanusi, the Director and Head of the Development Corporation, Ms. Kathleen Findapa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to come here and listen to the innovative work that sustainable businesses are doing in Ghana. Let me start by congratulating the Ghana Climate Innovation Center on their relentless efforts to create a safe environment that nurtures and shapes the ideas and dreams of young sustainable businesses. The work of GCIC continues to empower Ghanaian green enterprises to believe that they are not just a business, but active players in Ghana's green transformation. The theme for this year's symposium arrives at a timely moment, reflecting the regional and national triple challenge: worsening climate vulnerability, scalability challenges, and low financial investment in climate resilient solutions. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, reported that the recent dry spell in the northern regions accounted for about 10% loss in agricultural production and affected about 1 million farmers. The World Bank, in a follow-up study, estimates that the losses could be in the range of 0.7 and 1.5% of Ghana's GDP. This is more than the total expenditure on goods and services by mid-year 2024. And in a reform program by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, they estimate that we needed more than 8 billion Ghana cedis to fill in the gaps and support the farmers that were affected. So this is the fiscal implication of wrong environmental stewardship. Just 2 days ago, the World Energy Investment 2025 report was released. The clean energy investment in Africa has declined by almost 1/3 between 2015 and 2025. So whilst investment in clean energy solutions across the globe is increasing, Africa is recognizing or witnessing a decline in investment. And climate finance inflows remain staggeringly below the investment needs. Imani's recent assessment of the green business environment reports that the real private sector capital in Ghana expanded by just 1.4% in a decade, between 2014 and 2024. In the face of these challenges, we are witnessing a growing momentum in the development of green businesses in Ghana, and I think that speaks of their resilience. The Ghana Statistical Service reports that 1 in every 5 business establishments in Ghana can be considered a green business, and this is about 374,000 out of the 1.9 million business establishments in Ghana. However, almost 7 out of every 10 of them are small and medium enterprises, and they face scalability challenges. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do not intend to paint a grim picture of Ghana's green economy, but to emphasize an obvious truth that no single green business can overcome the challenges confronting the sector. Therefore, building for scale and greater impact can only be achieved through conscious collaboration, partnerships among key stakeholders in the green business ecosystem. Building scalable green enterprises in Ghana requires fixing first our governance failures that impede sustainable investment in green solutions. The current mix of policies, laws, and regulations does not sufficiently incentivize sustainable practices and barely creates a demand for green products and services. Stimulating green investment requires that policies, laws, and regulations place a responsibility on businesses and households to shift to green products and services, thereby creating a demand for green businesses in Ghana. How do we achieve this? The only way we can achieve a very sound policy enabling environment is that there should be conscious policy iteration driven by collaborative consultations with stakeholders. The government can design supportive mechanisms that reflects the needs of green businesses. Secondly, building for scale and greater impact requires creating supportive financing ecosystem that meets the peculiar needs of Ghanaian green enterprises. The financing landscape for green enterprises has evolved, and innovative financing instruments are responding to specific industry challenges. The government, development partners, and green enterprises themselves. Lastly, green businesses must recognize their community of actors and develop engagement mechanisms to build meaningful partnerships that contribute to promoting an environmentally conscious society and political accountability. Let me emphasize that policy reforms don't happen in a vacuum. They occur through consistent collaboration with key stakeholders to advocate for reforms and hold relevant institutions accountable. And for us at Imani, that is the work that we've done with GCIC. by throwing more light on the governance failures that impede the progress and scalability of Ghanaian green enterprises. For this reason, CSOs like Imani Africa are critical actors in championing the need for reforms to support green enterprises. So our dear green enterprises, when we call you for consultative dialogues, please show up. Additionally, green businesses must work together, networks, and sustainable supply chains. In closing, there are enormous opportunities in Ghana's green economy would only undermine your strength and impact. Therefore, collaboration, partnerships, and innovation are the surest pathways to building viable green enterprises that deliver economic prosperity and inclusivity. Thank you, and I wish you a successful deliberation.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for representing Imani Africa. That is Mr. Dennis Asaria, Senior Research Associate. I'd say he's a valuable person to have on your team, so look for him during the coffee break, which we're about to get into. There's a short coffee meet here again to continue with the panel discussions, the keynote presentations, and the case studies as well. So thank you so much for your attention so far.
Ghana Climate Innovation Center's Incubation program offers comprehensive business advisory, technical support, and entrepreneurship training to entrepreneurs, focusing on building sustainable and scalable enterprises that effectively address climate-related challenges in Ghana. The business advisory support is designed to pair entrepreneurs with seasoned business experts who assist in refining and, if necessary, redefining business models to enhance strategic direction. GCIC offers entrepreneurship training aimed at equipping businesses with vital skills in leadership, strategic planning, and financial management, among others. This training complements the advisory services, ensuring that entrepreneurs can effective and process development, facilitating compliance with regulatory standards, and addressing other essential technical needs. These targeted services collectively aim to bolster the operational efficiency, the market readiness, and environmental impact of participating enterprises, empowering them to scale effectively while maintaining a strong focus on climate solutions and sustainability.
As project administrator, I collaborate closely with our work streams and partners to oversee the day-to-day operations of the incubation program. Our team is intentional about maintaining open communication lines, making ourselves readily available for businesses to reach out whenever they need guidance or assistance. And this ongoing dialogue enables us to provide timely support and stay up to date on each entrepreneur's progress. Considerable pre-planning goes into preparing each cohort, with activities scheduled well in advance to give entrepreneurs ample time to balance their business responsibilities with the demands of the program. We also conduct quarterly MME exercises to ensure that the businesses are progressing toward their goals. We apply the insights and learnings from these exercises to refine our approach so we can deliver consistent, tailored support that promotes growth and resilience in our incubatees.
We are into the production of poultry, eggs and meat, fish farming and pig rearing as well, using the circular economy method. In this process, we inculcate a technology called the IMO technology, whereby our pigs live on sawdust. This sawdust is being mixed with the IMO enzymes, and we are able to turn it into rich organic manure for organic farming.
Incubation Limited is exploring the snail value chain, where we process snails into a variety of options, in cans, in pouches, into frozen, dried, snails in pepper sauce, snails in tomato sauce. We rear these snails in automated greenhouses, where we use climate-smart IoT devices, where we use ecological practices in intensive pens and net houses.
We source and recycle waste engine oil into useful products, protect the environment from pollution, preserve precious natural resources, and create jobs.
The Ghana Climate Innovation Center uses various communication strategies to amplify the impact of its cohort businesses that are addressing climate change. Some of these strategies include very targeted digital campaigns. We effectively run campaigns on our social media platforms, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And this is to showcase the innovative solutions that these businesses are putting in place and the success of the cohort businesses. We're also constantly content marketing. I mean, you'll notice if you go on our site and social media platforms that we have different types of content, such as blog posts, we have articles, we have newsletters. And all of these also focus on the cohort primarily, as well as having a bit of thought leadership, and also, trends in the market that all contribute towards climate resilience.
Maintaining high engagement and motivation is crucial for the success of our program, and we promote a strong sense of community by encouraging connections among cohort members, organizing regular interactive sessions where they can share experiences and celebrate milestones and learn from one another. Our team is always available for individual check-in sessions to help discuss the goals and challenges of the entrepreneurs and ensure each member feels consistently supported. Inclusivity is a cornerstone of our program planning, and we provide various resources and accommodation, such as financial limitations, health or maternal needs, or family responsibilities. Our clear and open communication regarding program milestones and expectations before incubation begins also plays a significant role by keeping cohort members well informed as they progress. These strategies have led to consistently high attendance of above 95% for our training activities across all 4 cohorts and indicate a strong engagement and satisfaction within the community.
Agrifresh is a green social enterprise that is offering cold storage services for smallholder farmers in rural communities in Ghana. We believe that tackling post-harvest losses will enable our farmers to gain the bargaining power, ensuring they have lasting profits. We'll do this to also take climate action and then ensure food security.
At Agricentric Ventures, we do what is termed as nutrients recycling, where we culture microorganisms like bacteria and algae, fungi, and we use them to extract phytonutrients from fruit and vegetable waste to produce biofertilizer, biopesticides, activated biochar, organic animal supplement.
Our flagship annual Incubating Climate Innovation event, which is several panel discussions where we talk about solutions, we share success stories, thought leadership, and we also facilitate connections for people who attend, who are able to network and strategize together.
We also storytell. We highlight personal stories of the entrepreneurs and also, the staff within the GCIC. We talk about businesses that are transforming within climate challenges and the opportunities that they've had and how those have proven effective within our incubation. And we do that using impact metrics. Metrics are really important, whether it's carbon emissions reduced, whether it's jobs created, whether it's communities impacted. This makes it very relatable for people and very credible in the eyes of the various stakeholders. The GCIC's Green Video series is a really powerful tool for storytelling. Now what it does is it enables organizations to highlight the journey of our cohort members. These documentaries emphasize the actual impact that these cohort businesses are having on the local communities actually surrounding their business, the environment in general, and the Ghanaian economy. They highlight real-world outcomes, such as particular business solutions in how they're reducing carbon emissions and improving food security in vulnerable communities. Then the green videos also focus on innovative solutions in action.
I'm Koibemen Sadum, CEO of Bird Green, an spice export focused company, and we produce most of the major spices that are used in cuisines. I decided to be part of this program as an opportunity to grow our business in terms of the industry support, access to finance, and product development, as well as an opportunity to grow out those mice in a sustainable way that would be friendly to the environment.
My name is Mariano Furichu-Mesi, the CEO of Mariset Farms. Mariset Farms is in the Western North region, Bibiani to be precise. At the end of the program, apart from getting the funds for the processing plant, we also hope to get training and mentorship. Sometimes you think you know it all, but after exposure to other trainings such as GCIC is about to have for us, then you know that you need more things than what you will already know.
My name is Bismarck Osiakwa, project lead at Reusable Bus GH. We are a social enterprise that is interested in finding sustainable alternatives to single-use plastics. And this we do basically through education, advocacy, and then the production of these alternatives. So we produce reusable shopping bags from upcycled materials. We produce sustainable packaging products for businesses. We apply to join the incubator to leverage on the extensive resources, the mentorship available, and also having to network with other enterprises on the program.
It's been great joining this program, although it's been a short time. I was wondering what the green was all about. Not knowing we were already practicing some, and now we have been exposed to it. And I know exactly what they mean by green, being eco-friendly and also trying to recycle some of our waste products and all that. It has been great.
I've never considered green business, and I didn't even really understand what we call green business. But this program, I realized that we are all contributing, destroying the environment. We produce waste, we use fossil fuel. So this program, the first thing that it did for me was to bring that consciousness about the environment and green business. But again, we've had a lot of trainings from finance to investment readiness and all that. So when you have knowledge, sometimes like 2-3 years is an archaic, or half of it is gone, and we've learned some new stuff. So I think that it's been very useful for me as far as knowledge and some awareness is concerned.
We've had the opportunity to rethink our business, especially through the mentor that we are working with. One of the key things that was affecting us is raw material shortage because of the cocoa bean season. but now we've identified alternative raw material that we can work with to augment it during the off seasons of the cocoa. So the program so far has been really beneficial to us.
The incubation has actually brought to light a key component of what we're doing that has to do with climate change and the need for us to be conscious in the way we do our operations, from the fuel we use to how we transport our inputs to even how we sell our products on the market. And in terms of also our operations, how can we make our operations much more unique or green in order for us to reduce our carbon footprint.
I would encourage entrepreneurs and green business owners to take up the opportunity to work with GCIC. I believe there's a lot of educational material classes that they can benefit from in their efforts to build their businesses and become successful.
The GCIC GIZ program is very good, and I want to encourage SMEs, especially women, to get involved in this grant and also this incubation period. So I advise all SMEs to apply in the next cohort to join, because you gain new knowledge and experience when it comes to business planning and also management. It will help you build your capacity too.
The objective of the School for Sustainable Entrepreneurship has always been to ensure that businesses that gain the advantage of entering our incubation programs actually garner enough capacity to be able to nurture and grow their businesses professionally. We accomplish this through a number of programs under the school, including our mini MBA with sustainability program, the portfolio management program, and the technology and product development program. The mini MBA with sustainability program is designed to be both in-person and virtual, with the objective of ensuring that these businesses build on 3 key skills areas: business, leadership, and sustainability acumen. Now, they often will take many courses, including those on taxation and insurance, financial management and accounting, making a business case for sustainability, and many more. There are equally other courses specifically tailored to address challenges that are specific to the genders or to the various genders that enter the incubator. And you will often see this through our Women Entrepreneurs Transformation Program, tackling issues around work-life balance and gender barriers to financing for the women. And you would also find this in our Inclusive Masculinity Program, which is addressing issues around ego and inclusivity as male leaders when they are nurturing or building teams towards growing their businesses. Now, with our business advisory program under what we term as portfolio management, all these businesses get an opportunity to be mentored and supported by experienced business advisors. It starts first with a diagnosis of what the challenges of the businesses are. It could be from an operational perspective, and it could be from a business model perspective. And then, once they settle on what the critical challenges are, there's an action plan that is developed with key milestones, which these businesses are then supported to accomplish over their tenure of the incubation. And normally, the period for business advisory would be between what the school's programs are designed to do is to ensure that our businesses gain the needed expertise to be able to grow or scale their businesses to the best possible levels.
You're all welcome to GCIC Incubation Program. As part of our support to the businesses that join our incubation program, we provide some seed capital for you to scale up your business. So here I'm going to walk you through how you'll be able to access this seed capital that many people call it grants. For some of you that are new to this, grants are funds that you receive from donor for an intended purpose. You are not even required to pay back, but it must. So first of all, at GCIC, our grant has been split into two. We have the proof of concept and we have the TPD grant. So as a business, you may have an activity that may be classified as a proof of concept or technology and product development. To be able to access our grant, this is the process. First of all, you, as part of doing the incubation program, we organize what is called. Now, at this grant pitch session, each business is required to stand before a jury, an independent panel, to talk about your business and what you intend to use the funds for. During your presentation, you will be required to display what this. Now, the panel members will ask a lot of questions, will probe further into it. If it really meets our eligibility criteria, an approval will be granted unto you. After which, the finance team will collate all the results, and then those that are eligible after the pitch to receive the grant will be contacted for a briefing call session where we walk you through the various requirements or what we really need from you to be able to disburse the funds. Now, after this process, we ask you to prepare a budget. Now, this budget is an estimate that is related to the activities that you really want to do. Some activities include procurement of machines, some activities require other smart solutions, agricultural solutions that you may want GCIC to fund for you to scale up. Now, when this is approved, you'll be required to solicit invoices, at least 3, which relate to the budget. Now, when these are done, you submit all of them to the finance team at GCIC. The finance team will also carry out some due diligence around the invoices to be sure it meets the requirements as per the statutory laws in Ghana. When these are done, we will write back to you confirming the invoice that has been selected so that you begin the procurement process. When all these are said and done, we do our internal checks and then seek approval. And then after which, we will require you to sign a grant agreement with you, which spells out specifically the various terms and conditions surrounding the grants. Most of the times, we are trying as much as possible to make this process as short as possible, but that will depend much from you on how fast you respond to most of our queries. So after you sign the grant agreement, we also collate all the documents together and then request for the disbursement to be done. On this program, you have up to a tune of 10,000 euros to be able to fund any project or activity that you want to do to scale up your business. For us to be able to exercise due care, we split the disbursement into 2 tranches. So we have the first tranche and we have the second tranche. When we disburse the first tranche, we allow you some space of 2 months for you to complete the activity with the first tranche. Normally, the first tranche is the one that carries the highest percentage, between 60 to 70% of the total funds. After 2 months, a team will visit your business site to do verification of what the grant was used for and to understand how it is impacting your business. When the verification team are satisfied, a report is written, and after which we go ahead to process the second tranche. We trust you and we understand that you will be able to collaborate with us on this level for us to exercise or disburse this grant to you successfully. Feel free to reach out if you have any doubts. Thank you and enjoy your stay here at GCIC. All the best. Bye.
The most important thing you can do to fight climate change is to talk about it. And that was said by Catherine Hayhoe, a climate scientist. My name is Anne Saki, and I'm the Marketing and Communications Director at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center. Storytelling is powerful. Nearly 100% of audiences consume stories rather than hard adverts. The brain processes images and data 60 times faster than just words. And stories that feature infographics, they have a 72% higher chance of being read. GCIC remains Ghana's only national climate change and adaptation business incubator. And this presents GCIC with a unique opportunity to not only support SMEs like yourselves with innovation for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, but also to ensure that we reach additional potential for both female and male-led SMEs across the country through strategic marketing and communications. We tell compelling stories about the work, the innovation, and the successes of all you enterprises, that we demonstrate thought leadership around the 4 topics of climate change and private enterprise and economic development as well. The marketing team works to bring your businesses and your stories to life. And what we do is we highlight the challenges that you are addressing, the innovative interventions that you're putting into place, and most importantly, the impact that you're making in your communities and in your business as well. Now, the way that we do this is through very compelling visuals. We use insightful data that we collect from you and engaging narratives. And we tell the world about the problems that you are solving, the solutions that you are implementing, and the results of your hard work. And your journey doesn't just stay, within your business. It's donors, investors, and the wider general public, such as, customers. We use short videos, impact stories, testimonials, and various media engagements where we amplify your voice and drive the change that we want to see. Your innovation is shaping the future, and we are here and support your journey and your endeavors. So welcome to GCIC, where we don't just incubate businesses, we amplify your impact.
Hello everyone, I'd like to congratulate you on how far you've come, for going through all the multiple stages of search and selection to finally be seated here as an incubatee in our Green Business Competition program, which is funded by GIZ. As part of the program, we offer a number of services to businesses who make it into the program. And part of it is the technology and product development support. So what is TPD? What does TPD do for you? So TPD is there to cater for all your technical support needs. We understand that businesses may have a number of needs, which may include the technical needs. So TPD is there to close that gap. Certifications. TPD could help you reach out to certifications. TPD could help you reach out to consultants, get consultants.
And that means that by building the communities and the families, you're accelerating progress for society.
Because women also at the core of nurturing society's workforce and all of that, I don't know that this plays out as increase in, say, manpower, increase in economic growth, increase in influx of money, because the people that are required to do these works are being trained by the women.
Further next funding tends to be one of to get funding, to even know where to get funding from, so access to funding.
People say access to finance is a problem, right? For me, I think it's more the confidence to pursue the funding, because coming from when I began my entrepreneurship journey, I've seen lots of grant opportunities looking out for women, doing impact stuff.
So I think as women entrepreneurs, we can really kind of start to take control and start to shift and change this narrative by being a little bit more business savvy and business ready.
If there's a take home from GCIC, it was these sessions for the women. And I would take, if I'm supposed to come back and I'm supposed to choose between funding and that, I'll go for that. And it's been very transformational personally.
The most empowering program I've been in, the most empowering one for me has been GCIC because of the WETP. And I think for me, coming from the place where I had to build confidence to raise funds, confidence to deal with partners assertively and not from an emotional place. Yes, the WTP sessions have been empowering, and some of the ones that stick out to me are the ones with Letitia Brown on fundraising, and then Mono on like self-awareness and work-life balance.
The program that GCIC has, the WET program, is an excellent program because it's a program that focuses on women entrepreneurs. And a lot of times, one of the things that is a stumbling block for women as well, which, you know, in the last question that you asked, is that we don't even know how to price. We are brought up not to think, you know, if you are doing something, you're really doing it well. We are taught not to really kind of proclaim how good we are. And that actually translates into how we price even our services and our goods. So one of the things that this program does is to show women how to price and price properly. This program also shows people access to funding.
I've been working with the Women's Entrepreneurship Program for several years now, and I've been fortunate enough to coach and train probably about 100 women that have gone through this program, specifically focusing on access to finance, but also providing coaching as they're going through some of the programs. And I think that the evidence is quite clear that when you give a woman the knowledge that she needs to grow and scale and, you know, impact her business, she takes it and runs with it.
In celebration of Women's Day, I would like to tell every woman out there that have faith in you, believe in yourself, and you can conquer the world.
I think the Women's Entrepreneurship Day is a great
carbon
event.
credits and what he's doing. He's part of the team that's built biodigesters for different farms and small households. He's doing incredible stuff, so you'll definitely hear from me on Monday. You know, an interesting thing about these conferences and symposiums, you go, you get somebody's number, you have a great conversation, you take an email address, you give yourselves timelines, yeah, I'll call you. Next thing you know, we're here at ICI 2026 and no call has been made. Don't be one of those people. Don't be one of those. Just try. Put a Google Calendar thing in there, a reminder. Call that person. It's very important. That's where progress and action and scaling comes in, right? But yeah, you're welcome back from that coffee break. I believe we're good to go. You know, this year came with a change in government. And whenever that happens, there's a bit of a worry. Like, you know, what's their policy going to be? What's the priority they're going to put on the green economy and all the initiatives we're making? Are they going to sustain it? Are they going to amplify? Are they going to continue? And then the government comes in and they set up a whole ministry in charge of climate change and sustainability. So I believe we're in the right direction and on the right track. So a round of applause for the government, for Ghana's government for doing that. And today we would have had the Honorable Seydou Isifu, the Minister of State for that particular ministry, join us. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it because he's been his presence has been requested by the President himself. So who are we to, you know, we can't hate on that. But he did send a representative, and we're honored to have her amongst us. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome the representative for that ministry. She goes by the name of Madam Eunice Lawe. She's joining us here to give his official address to us. So once again, a round of applause for her as she joins. Thank you so much, madam.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning once again. My name is Eunice Lawe from the Office of the President. I'm here on behalf of my minister, Honorable Seydou Isifu. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to stand before you on the 7th Annual Symposium on Combating Climate Innovation 2025. I wish to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, GCIC, for hosting this important event and for extending the kind invitation for me to deliver the keynote address. This year's theme, Building Skills Action for Greater Impact, resonates deeply with the vision of my office, and indeed with the government's overreaching goal of climate resilience and sustainable development. It reminds us that as we innovate and invest in climate action, we must think boldly and act collaboratively to expand our impact and reach, especially to the most vulnerable communities. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's an urgent reality that is already affecting millions of lives globally, and Ghana is no exception. We are witnessing rising temperatures, erratic rainfalls, coastal erosions, desertifications, and floods. According to the Africa Development Bank and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the estimated cost of responding to climate impacts in Africa could exceed to $50 billion by the year 2050. The impact of climate change is uneven. Individual communities and countries experience its effects differently. For this reason, climate action must be locally driven. As it aligns with the global framework, it's at the local level within our communities, districts, and communities that's the rare work of building resilience takes place. Government commitments and institutional response. The government of Ghana, under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, has demonstrated commitment to addressing the issue of climate change. This commitment is reflected in both national development planning and international obligations, such as our nationally determined contribution, NDCs, under the Paris Agreement. To give life to this agenda, His Excellency established the Office of the Minister for State for Climate Change and Sustainability, an office created not as a ceremonial position, but as a strategy, coordination boldly. The vision of this office is to provide leadership in mobilizing and coordinating climate finance and ensuring Ghana's smooth transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilience economy. Our mandate is to steer the national climate agenda by enhancing inter-ministerial coordination, optimizing resource utilization, and aligning local action with national policy. To operationalize this mandate, we have established an interministerial and agency technical working group tasked with harmonizing the scattered effort of state and non-stateful climate action. Additionally, the office carried the vision of pioneering the establishment of National Climate Change and Sustainability Hub, a visionary legacy project that will serve as the central coordination and acknowledged center for all climate and sustainability-related initiatives in Ghana and the sub-region as well. This will provide data, technical support, and serve as a main point of contact for partners, investors, and researchers. Furthermore, my office is working closely with the ministries, departments, and agencies, and metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to establish climate change unit. This unit will be staffed with professionals trained in climate science, adaptation, planning, and project development. This is the line of climate action. By empowering local authorities, we are laying the foundation for the context-specific, communities-driven climate intervention that can be sustained over the long term. Building skill through strategic collaboration. One of the most powerful drivers of skill in strategic collaboration. No single institution, government, or private entity can address climate change in isolation. We must build bridges across sectors between energy and agriculture, finance and environment, innovation and policy. Allow me to illustrate this with a practical example. Imagine a renewable energy startup partnering with a farming cooperative to deploy solar-powered irrigation system. The outcome is a triple win: enhance agricultural productivity, reduce carbon emissions, and new markets for green technology. This kind of exemplifies the kind of transformative partnership we must foster to scale impact. Our office encourages such cross-sectorial partnership by creating enabling policy framework, by supporting platforms like this very symposium, where innovators, policymakers, and financiers can connect and create. Harnessing climate data for investment and impact. In this regard, in this digital age, climate data is one of the most underutilized assets, accurate and timely data that help businesses enhance investment readiness, inform national policies, and track progress towards sustainability goals. The GCIC has done an admirable job leveraging data analytics to assess trends, and Climate Change and Sustainability Hub will take this as a step further by aggregating data from various sources, satellites, agencies, academic research, and community reporting to produce real-time insights that inform planning and resource allocation. Empowering women entrepreneurs. Another cornerstone of sustaining climate action in gender inclusion. Women, especially in rural Ghana, are often at the front line of climate vulnerability. Yet, they are also powerful agents of change. Empowering women entrepreneurs must be a non-negotiable part of our climate strategy. This means integrating gender considerations into program design from the onset, setting specific goals, timelines, and KPIs that reflect women's participation. It also means building networks that connect women to business partners, funding, and technical support. We call on development partners and private sector to prioritize support for women-led businesses. We must also measure the impact of our programs on women in terms of job creation, income, and leadership development. This is not only a moral imperative, it is an economic strategy for success. Enabling policy in line with global climate goals and committed to domestic policies that enhance resilience, green growth, and sustainable infrastructure. Under President Mahama's leadership, climate change has become mainstream into the national development agenda. Several initiatives speak to this commitment. The scaling up of Ghana's renewable energy master plan, promotion of electrical mobility and clean transportation, reforestation and biodiversity conservation under the Green Ghana Initiative, institutions such as the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility. Our office acts as the convergence point for this national initiative, ensuring that they are coherent, data-driven, and aligned with our environmental reporting obligation. Inspiring stories and scaling success. Across Ghana, many small and medium-sized enterprises are already pioneering climate innovations, from clean gas stove to climate-smart agriculture. These businesses are proof that climate action and economic opportunities go hand in hand. We must showcase their success stories, not only to celebrate their efforts, but to inspire replications and attract investment. GCIC's ongoing support for SMEs has been instrumental in this regard. I encourage stakeholders here today to use this symposium to identify skill models, share lessons learned, and forge new partnerships that can multiply impact across sectors and regions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to building skill and achieving greater impact in climate innovation requires visionary leadership, bold collaboration and commitment. Through strategic partnership, robust data, inclusive economic participation, and aligned government.
Quest to scale.
Accelerate our impact to grow. From GCIC, we'll move to the business and have realized the importance of data, how they collect data, what type of data they collect, and how that has impacted them in their personal lives as well as growing their businesses. As the moderator said, we'll take the questions during the panel discussion. So if you can bear with me, and then you can take note of your points on the notebooks that you have. Okay. Incubating climate innovation, right, 2025. So we'll start off with some climate data. Then we'll use, as I said, we'll move on to GCIC and then the green businesses that GCIC supports. We've heard a number of statistics this morning, right? And it all goes to show that when we collect data, we get insights. Imani, Ruka, Dedin, we're sharing some of the statistics. And when you hear the data, it helps you to, it informs you, it helps to align your objectives. And as we all know, we know that the average temperature is rising, right? It's also impacting a decline in agricultural productivity. And when it comes to Ghana specifically, the data shows that in another few years, let me see, at every table there's 8 chairs. So in a very few years, around each table, at least 3 of us or 7 of us will be very hot. And and earlier this morning, I did hear some people say that the room is quite hot. So, so the data that we get, existing data that we get from climate, helps to inform our decision making. We'll demonstrate how it has helped GCIC to structure the program as you see it today, and then we'll hear from the businesses as well. When it comes to the impact on the climate, agriculture, energy are key contributors. And you'd have heard from GCIC that these are 2 sectors that they focus on, right? So right from here is demonstrating how GCIC is using data to inform the business. 90% of Ghana's total emissions comes from agriculture and energy. Hence, GCIC ensures that in onboarding their incubators or the green businesses that they incubate, they are targeting energy and agriculture to accelerate the impact in that field. When it comes to data, and typically you get this data through monitoring evaluation, and we'll talk about how you can be deliberate in that. Make decisions, right? Good decisions, informed decisions. It helps you to make timely adjustments, and we'll tell you how GCIC, which started some 10-odd years ago, has improved and changed the program over time in response to the data and the insights that it has earned. It helps you to make evidence-based strategies. We are doing A, B, C, D because X, Y, Z have demonstrated that this is how we get additional impact. Increased accountability. When you have the data, the businesses on the screen during the video spoke about how now they know their customers, they know their production levels. So it helps you to get increased accountability, even from a financial accounting as you go for additional funding. And then it helps you to demonstrate your impact. How do you tell the world that I have served 300 women, I have increased production by 200 kilotons, if you don't know where you started from 0 or from 1, and this is where you are, right? So having that data at your fingertips helps you to demonstrate your impact. And for the green businesses in here, it's very important to use this to access funding, as well as get into partnerships and other areas. Focusing on GCIC. I'm not sure there's anyone in this room who doesn't know what GCIC is, but I shan't take it for granted, right? So GCIC works through 3 key strategic pillars to incubate and support green businesses. So there's the School of Sustainable Entrepreneurship, which runs the master classes that you've already heard quite a bit about. There's the Policy Advocacy, which is supported by Imani, which focuses on green policy research, advocacy with the government on climate issues, policy dialogues. And then we have the Strategic Communication, storytelling and communications for green economy, which is very important. How do you tell a story if you don't have the information and the data? Even Kweku Anansi's stories have a lot of information and share insights with us, right? How much more us as businesses when we want to demonstrate our impact? What data does GCIC collect? GCIC is very deliberate and intentional in collecting data. That is how they're able to share with you what impact that they've made. That is how they're able, last year we had X number of women, or when we do more, right? So they're very deliberate and intentional in collecting data. So across all the pillars, GCIC collects data. So for the master class that it has, and as well as the women entrepreneurship and the masculinity programs, it collects data on the satisfaction and the impacts of the master classes from the businesses that have attended it. What is the participant satisfaction with the mini MBA program? What is the number of jobs we are creating? What revenue? What is our reduction in carbon footprint, right? So GCIC has established what sorts of data do we need to tell our story. It has highlighted these data, putting them down, and from time to time, quarterly, periodically, it goes out to collect this data. So the intentionality. As a business, what data do you need to tell your story? Your production numbers, yes. The personal drive behind your business as well. Key metrics for loan purposes, etc. So you need to identify what type of data you need and then put measures in place to collect that data. So this is an example of data that GCIC collects. And then also for the policy advocacy, it looks at the number of policy papers developed. It also looks at the number of community engagements, the number of roadshows it has organized for the strategic communications. And you find all of this neatly, nicely documented and tracked. So it's not indicators that sit somewhere that we only pull out when the donor agencies show up or when we want to go to the bank for a loan. But you'll see that GCIC actually uses this data that it collects to improve the program as well as its support. How is this data collected? So GCIC support have grown by more than 10 million Canadian dollars, is because they can tell you how much the businesses were making when they entered and how much they are making after, right? And then we also do the continuous monitoring. Quarterly, we go to the businesses to pick up data across certain dynamics. I'm sure the businesses are very familiar with the data collection team now, and you hear stories of how, because they know they have to pay more attention to their data. So it's no longer just putting the numbers together and sharing, but they have also started to look at that data and say that, actually, my production numbers have been going up, I need more people, or it's been going down. Businesses are in these areas. If we want to achieve the mitigation impact that we are looking for, we need to get more agriculture, energy value chain businesses into GCIC. So this is one demonstrable way that GCIC uses the data to accelerate its impact. Sourcing of female applicants. So over time, we did notice that we are not getting as many female applicants as we would like. You've all met Ruka. She's quite passionate about women and supporting women businesses, right? So as soon as we see those numbers, then the question is, how do we get more females on board? And then we put deliberate plans in place to do that. So some of the changes that the program made was to demonstrate to the incoming or the applicants that we have female businesses. This is what they've been able to achieve, to be able to tell that story to encourage them. Another lesson that GCIC learned was during the induction process. We do take feedback across. So some of the feedback we were getting was, yes, we've had the induction. We're not so sure what exactly we'll be getting from GCIC or what will be happening at this time. Could you make this clearer, right? So as we collect those frequently asked questions, we don't just keep them in an FAQ file. We use that to enhance the induction program so that each time we're reducing the number of questions we have in our FAQs, okay? So clear use of collecting the data and using the data to improve the program. The master classes, that's one of my favorites. So we have the regular master classes. We used to have it for just the business owners. As we learned lessons from the data, we've expanded it, so it's not just the business owners that can attend. In terms of the time, the duration, and all of this is from feedback from the businesses that participate in the master classes. GCIC introduced the women entrepreneurship, which was to give additional support to the women so that in terms of their agency, their management skills, their leadership skills, that they can be equipped with those. Now, interesting, once we started running the women entrepreneurship programs, the men said, what about us? So GCIC listened, and then now they have the inclusive masculinity class, right? So we all see these things that GCIC does. From listening, it's from picking the data, it's from analyzing the data, and not just presenting it to our donor agencies, but actually using the Then the business advisor roles. So we've had the business advisors. We had the businesses tell us that, yes, I know we have a business advisor. How much, how little support can I get? We had a lot of questions. So GCIC went back to the drawing board. What is the terms of reference based on all of these queries you are getting for the business advisors? Drafted these terms of reference, shared it with the advisors as well as the businesses, so that on each side, there's no information asymmetry. We are clear on what support that we can get. So this is, the ones I've said so far looks a little external, right? How GCIC has used data to improve the program for the businesses. Then for GCIC itself, how has the data they collect over time helped to improve internally? So one is streamlining the monitoring visits. Because of the data that we collect, the monitoring, on-site monitoring, the various interactions we have with the businesses, from the portfolio managers, from the M&E team, from GCIC itself, it was realized that there are quite a number of visits and travels. And each time you travel, we've all seen the routes, we've all seen the cars, there is risk involved. So GCIC takes a seat back and says that, how do we streamline these visits so that, one, we are minimizing the risk of travel for our team, and then two, we are also minimizing the fatigue on the side of the businesses in terms of how often they have to engage with us, right? So internally, GCIC is using this to make decisions. Creation of a vendor supplier list. We had the businesses come, sometimes there'll be delays in the awards, the drawing down of funds for the grants because they couldn't find the supplier, or the supplier couldn't provide what was needed on time. So now GCIC has a supplier list based on the experiences of the previous businesses, which new businesses can now access. So if I need to do A, I check the supplier list. If there's a supplier there that can do A, I go and see them, open to additional suppliers based on the experiences that we have. And then last but not the least, financial management, right? Accounting 101, financial management 101. How do you keep an eye on your books? How much is going out? How much is coming in? Because if you don't do that, then you don't realize when you're overspending, or even when you have a buffer that you can use for other things. So in keeping an eye on their finances, this enabled GCIC to realize that they have a bucket of fund left over. This enabled GCIC to realize that they have a bucket of fund left over that they can use for other things. So they went into partnership. Farmer Life, thank you. So they went into partnership with Farmer Life, where they are now supporting about 12,000. I have the number right? Yeah, quite a number of farmers who are now benefiting from GCIC's incubator program, right? So there are all sorts of unexpected benefits that you can get from leveraging and using your data. Now, learn from the data. Let's take a look at the flip side as well. How has this data helped GCIC? And I'm sure we are all keen as green businesses, as people in the green ecosystem from here. Over time, this is what I've done. This is the impact I have made. And if I get the funding from you, this is what I can do with the funding. They are able to tell you their story in numbers and in non-numbers, because that's important as well. So this opens you up to funding opportunities. Then whether we are paying ourselves, okay. This is an example of the partnerships that GCIC has. And a lot of this is because they use their data. As Ruka said in her presentation, data can be the missing link between where you are now and where you hope to be as a business or as an individual. So Global Affairs Canada, Imani, the World Bank, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Netherlands, GIZ, SNV, UNU, and of course, so it's a number of partnerships. And none of this is by accident, none of this is just by sitting down and waiting for them to come to us. Moving on from GCIC, we have a number of GCIC businesses that we are going to walk through and also show to you how these businesses have used data to grow, to change, and how the appreciation of data, a lot of them share stories of how, because they are in GCIC and GCIC collects data from them, they are also more mindful of their data now. So Shark Express is used to use traditional bicycles to do their deliveries based on data collection, based on their interaction with GCIC. They realized that they could do more if they went into e-bicycles. So now they're able to reduce the environmental impact. Because of the automatic nature of the e-bicycles, they're able to employ more women because it's easier for us to be on the bicycles that moves by itself than to worry about whether my skirt will get caught in the pedal as I move from one location to another, right? So that's part of the data collection. So they introduced the electric motor bicycles. Based on the electric bicycles, they are making savings, and they can tell this because they knew how much it was costing them to use the traditional bicycles. Despite the investment in the electric bicycles, they're able to tell that I can do more deliveries, I can employ more people, so all the same, they have made cost savings. As I alluded to earlier, because of the e-bicycles, they can now employ more women, because now we are more inclined to work with Shark Express, because I don't have to pedal the bicycle. Moving from the traditional bicycles to the e-bicycles has also made them more aware of and in tracking all of this data, being able to tell you that because I'm an a green business, I employ X amount of women, I'm making X amount of savings when it comes to the environment, they're able to access additional capital. So since joining GCIC and accessing GCIC's capital, they've also been able to access capital from other sources. And of course, the number that you all like, since they joined GCIC, they've increased their revenue by 187% between the time they joined GCIC and when they exited the incubator. Next is EcoMe Africa. I know they are in the room. Hello. So EcoMe Africa makes reusable sanitary pads, right? So this is right straight at the heart of waste management, because if you can reuse it, that's less waste that we are generating. So for them, data played a part right from the beginning. And you can see Amit during the break, she can share more of her story with you. So a lot of us probably hear reusable sanitary towels and we cringe. And she had that reaction when she wanted to start her business. She actually had someone share data with her that said that, nope, this is not going to work here in Ghana, you have to do something else. So that data was shared with her, and rather than just take it, she said, nope, I'm going to find data that actually counteracts this and can support my business. So right from day one, she's using data, she's doing her research, she's finding out that this is working in Kenya, it's working in Uganda. So sometimes the data is not just what we generate. There's lots of data out there. Find it, use it, accelerate your impact. So she's done her research, she's gone into the business through the GCIC program. She's learned a number of things, right? So strategic insights from the external research that she did in terms of how do I structure my program? How do I make this novel idea palatable to the audiences that I want to reach? How do I educate all my stakeholders that this is something that can actually work? She's been able to do that. And thankfully now, she's been able to not only start her business, but over time, she's increased her production capacity. She's also created jobs for all the people that she works with. She's been able to go into partnerships because people buy people and your ideas and your story. So in sharing how she's been able to scale, in sharing how she's moved what is an idea and a not so palatable one, and has been able to grow this business. She's been able to bring more partnerships on board. And of course, it goes without saying what impact this has on women and the reach that it has for women and the implications it has for even girls who go to school on a day-to-day. So, EcoMe, thank you. So this is also another climate smart business, agriculture, right? We saw the data earlier, an area where we can make significant impact. So for Royal Baobab Farms, she said that having the team come to her periodically helped her to maintain proper accounting systems and track all her income and expenditure. Initially, she would just, put money out as was needed. She wasn't doing a lot of tracking. She could tell you ballpark how much she was making or not making in a year or in a month. But now, if you ask her, she can tell you the exact numbers. She has the spinning yarn for you. She's able to make wise decisions. She knows where her money is coming from. And this is all because she's paying attention. She has enhanced traceability of all the animals at her farm. She realized that she was having labor shortages, and which was impacting her productivity. She worked the numbers together with GCIC, and then realized that automation is the way to go. It's not all the time that you automate and you get better results, so you still need to do the work and put together some data. She's been able to optimize her production costs, and now, based on the investment she's made from the data that she's gathered, she's able to have reliable power supply and reduce the mental impact of her business, right? And then she is also, just within 3 months of incubation, has increased revenue by 70%. So we take our last case study, and then I'll round up the presentation. This is Tahi Fields, which is into cleaning up of waste oil. So this is looking at energy efficiency. Another interesting story here. So for them, again, they've also started to pay attention to their data. And they spoke about a number of things. One is knowing the customer behavior, right? So understanding their customer and their supplier trends. Because they've been paying attention to their data, they know the buying behaviors of their customer. Which customer comes to me weekly? Which customer comes to me every 2 weeks? Which customer wants X amount of my product? So that you don't have a situation where the customer comes, I want 10 kilos of whatever, and you're like, oh, I can only give you 5 today, please come back next week. And we all face that when we go to where we do our shopping or buy produce, right? So you hear these stories quite a bit. So she's able to manage that. What she needs immediately, who needs lead time and how much lead time that they need, and who has the production capacity to support her. And all of this is through collecting data. She's also been able to optimize her production time because she started to measure, how long does it take me to do A? How long does it take me to do B? How can I do it faster? Last time it took us a month, but this time around it took us 3 weeks. What changed? What was different? So started to pay attention to these things, and this has helped to boost her production efficiency and then also optimize production cost. She also mentioned that during the master classes, she's learned effective leadership skills, how she engages her employees. So she took that information, that data back from the master class, and now she believes she's a more effective leader because she's able to meet her employees at a level where she can understand them, she can appreciate them, and ensure that she's also working to support their livelihoods. So we've spoken about GCIC, how it uses data, how it's deliberate in picking up data for informed decision-making. We've also given case studies of 4 of the businesses and how they've used data or how their appreciation of data has improved so that they are also able to accelerate their impact. And these are some words directly from the businesses. So one of them said that we have improved significantly now that we are using an app to record our financial transactions, and it has been very useful. We no longer struggle to generate data as we did before. Prior to meetings, I simply go to the app, extract all the necessary data to make informed decisions. We also have another business that said it has made me to be more accountable, especially with the M&E team asking for records. Apart from keeping our rules and having our meetings, it has made me more responsible and made me have more eyes on the business. Data from us and ensuring we keep proper records alone lets you pay attention to things you may have overlooked. Initially, we had some issues tracking assets, but after taking GCIC's courses, we've been able to improve in that area. Overall, we've enhanced various aspects of business management, including better record keeping for financial data and sales, right? So these are direct words from the businesses. And then my favorite, because this also shows us how we can use data to improve our personal life, which also has an impact on our business life. So this is from one of the participants of the Inclusive Masculinity Program. I have found a new balance between business and family. Before, I wasn't always around because I was focused 100% on the business. I used to tell my wife that I didn't have time, but I would provide whatever she needs financially. I'm sure we've all heard various versions of this before. After exposure to the masculinity sessions, I have learned to make quality time for my family. So now you have a more present father, a more present husband, just because of the insights and the data that he has received through GCIC. Now, even if I'm busy with work, I make sure to be present and listen to them. This has strengthened my bond with my family, especially with my youngest child. I'm very happy with this change. Business is also moving smoothly. Before, I was repeating the same pattern as my father, who was a traveling designer and was rarely around. I didn't want to be like him, but I ended up doing the same thing. I have realized the importance of being present for my family, and it has made a significant difference in my family and the business. So when you think of the data of your business, think of how you can use the data for your personal life as well. One of the videos, the lady in the video talked about how she didn't know how to combine business and home. But through the master classes, she's learned and she applies it. So data is the new gold. It can help us in so many different ways if we are intentional about it and if we use it. So if for nothing at all, I would like to encourage us all in everything that we do to leverage data to enhance and accelerate our impact. First of all, you have to collect the data, right? You have to analyze it, and you actually have to use it. And once you've done these three and you're using the data for decision making, you can scale, you can grow, and you can have an accelerated impact. Thank you.
Wonderful. Impactful projects in both the public and private sector. Let's hear it once again for her. And for those of you with questions, she will be on the panel, the very first panel that, will reiterate a lot of what she said here and discuss it into detail. So your questions can be asked during that time. Someone look to your left and say, data is king. Data is king. I'd say data is gold, but with a Galamsey issue, let's leave that out for now. Yeah. The next case study we have is one that is of super importance. A lot of people equate scaling your business with money. Well, it's true. It's one of the factors. But what's even more important is the strategic partnerships, the collaborations that will help you access that money. So the next case study is based on that, scaling through strategic collaborations. And to give that presentation, please help me welcome the director for DA Energy, Miss Jifa Amegashi, as she comes up. She joins us with over 25 years of experience in corporate finance and funding. She'll take it from.
Good morning. I first of all would like to thank GCIC, Ruka and her team for hosting this event year after year. This is the third time I'm attending this conference. And I think for those of you like me who have attended several years in a row, you recognize that it gets better every time. You find that the presentations are even more gripping. Some of the statistics that Yvette shared, I think, are so compelling around what is being done by GCIC in this space. So thanks so much to GCIC. So I want to share with you my incredibly rewarding journey over the last 18 months as an angel investor and also as a business advisor through a business I have called DA Energy. And what we have done is really bringing to a local SME, bringing that SME closer to investability. And I'd like to focus on that word investability because I think that's why we're all here. Whether you're an SME who is trying to scale and accelerate and access funding, or if you're an investor who is looking for pipeline, I think we all know the challenges both parties face. I'll dwell on the word investability again, and I'll share the journey from this dual view of the investor and also the SME. I think on the SME side, many SMEs like Das Biogas have hitherto attended several pitch functions. You go from one to the other, securing probably small amounts of financing, $10,000, $20,000. But then it becomes a routine and you've still failed to attract any sort of meaningful, significant capital. So you're going from pitch to pitch, but you haven't really scaled. You're staying at the level that you're at. And from the investor side, there's a constant cry about pipeline. We don't see any high-quality vetted deals. It's very frustrating because some of these entrepreneurs don't really have the skills to grow. So I think more support is needed in the pre-investment stage. In my previous life as a banker, I recognized this where we had raised a ton of funding for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects, but less than about 20% of that had actually been dispersed 3 years later. So why is that? And this journey, or this story I'm going to tell you, is about how support and partnerships in that pre-investment stage are critical to the business securing funding. I'd like to draw on a couple of words that Ruka mentioned, and those are about forming intelligent and relevant partnerships. So the partnerships are not just going around sort of securing random partnerships. They must be intelligent, they must be relevant to your business, and they must be purposeful. So who is Das Biogas? So this is this gentleman here. He was introduced by a friend who is a director of a Netherlands-based biogas company. And I was introduced to Enoch in 2023, I beg your pardon. And he founded the company in 2015. So the company is 10 years old. He's a Ghanaian chemical engineer, has been through the GCIC cohort system, was actually in the first cohort. And his vision is actually to provide biogas, bring biogas technology to SMEs, to small businesses and to industries, but also now to households. So the initial innovation was that sort of nasty looking thing you see in the middle, the concrete structure, which is an underground biogas plant, mainly for SMEs. It's run, it's fed by food waste, also by animal waste, and it's typically in small businesses, so in farms, small apartment blocks, small residential estates. That's great as the initial innovation, but the scaling difficulties became apparent after a while. A domestic household would not find that an attractive proposal. So enter the second innovation, which was the product launch of a prefab, modular, domestic, low-cost scalable unit. So that you can see it's just a sort of a polytank structure. It can be used in a small household, and basically you generate biogas from your own kitchen waste. It doesn't typically have a feature that incorporates any animal or human waste because that's not particularly palatable in a domestic environment. A lot of people don't like the idea of having human or animal waste in their home as a way of generating energy. So that was a great expansion, a great innovation on that side for urban and peri-urban areas. So what were the challenges to scaling this biogas business? You know, having gotten into it, one of the first things you need to do is to do a sort of a business diagnostic. The first problem, or the problems, and I think there are other people in the room, I believe the gentleman over there who is in this space will acknowledge that biogas businesses are very challenging. From a technology point of view, even before you get to the funding, you have to get the tech right. So a big biogas plant has high startup costs. If you're talking about working with a municipal authority, you're probably looking at $500,000 plus to have a huge biogas plant that's actually going to generate enough biogas for a community. So it's big spend. Technology, like I said, is difficult. You need to be sure that your feedstock is right. What are you feeding? How much biogas is it actually going to generate? And what are the right mixes? You find some difficulty in attracting customers. So a lot of people just seem to have a bit of a block when it comes to the idea of generating energy from anything that is related to waste, particularly if it's human waste. There just seems to be a little bit of a resistance. If it's food waste, fine. But sort of generating biogas from septic tanks can be a little bit of a block, and it's important to get around that. But also there's the long-term development. It takes time to really achieve any sort of marketable scale in this space, 4 to 5 years. And the upshot of that is very few biogas plants in this part of the world actually see the light of day. So what did we do? What was the strategic partnership about for biogas success? So instead of going alone, we know the traditional saying, instead of going alone, go together. Successful biogas companies partner with a government for permits and incentives. It was nice to hear Madame Lawe talk about the work that the ministry is doing in terms of partnerships for renewable energy and energy efficiency. But also you need technical experts. You need to get the tech right, like I said. You need to attract investment, but you also need customers. This is not just having renewable energy for renewable energy's sake. Somebody has to like your product and has to be willing to pay for it to be a commercially viable enterprise. So, who is DA Energy? So this, I think you recognize that lady over there. I'm a banker across Africa. So I have a background in transactions, in structuring transactions, but particularly in the last 5 years in renewable energy and energy efficiency transactions. I have worked on a large number of projects, both on the government side and also private energy companies. So I'm a finance person. But the lady over there, Otima Yerenji, is actually on the board of a Netherlands-based biogas company. And she is the friend who introduced me to Das Biogas. She was very passionate about it. She is a big tech person. Yvette would love her because she's very big on data. So data collection is what she brings to the table, as well as having a partnership with a fairly significant biogas company in Europe. So that's how we met. So this is just a snapshot of, it's very important, as Yvette said, to do the before and the after. Where were we 3 years ago and where are we now? And I'll say where are we now is not at the destination, because incubation and acceleration and scaling is a continuum. It almost never ends. Once you get to a certain landing zone, there's another landing zone that you would like to achieve and grow even further. So this is Das Biogas. Before, and I say that's before 2023, the before story. There were just two directors, founder shareholders. That's Enoch Boedu and also his other founder shareholder. And they were just two shareholders, and they're managing the company fairly organically between an engineer and a lawyer. Annual revenue was around $22,000 from some projects that they had implemented on farms also some apartment blocks. The company is based in Kumasi. Some apartment blocks, but also some work they had done with some municipal authorities in waste collection and using that waste, municipal waste, to generate biogas. So if you go to the Kumasi Police Academy, for example, you will see one of those concrete domes at the Kumasi Police Academy, and they are using biogas almost entirely for their canteen facility. So, they were mitigating a sort of, small amount of carbon, so about 52,000 metric tons in total. And they were treating about 73,000 metric tons in total, or had treated. 3 employees, small company. Growth was very opportunistic. You hear about somebody who said they were interested, and so you go there. But there's no really structured plan to attack the market, whether the market is private or the market is a government market. Governance was spoken about earlier, and I'll talk about this in a later slide. No formal board meetings. You meet as and when. You can principally by the founder's capital, which was obviously limited. But also grant pitching. So you go to GCIC, then you go somewhere else, and then you go to another place and you get little pots of money. So when we came in, one of the things we wanted to really address was the issue of governance and strategy. It's about having a plan. What is the growth plan for scale? So these are the new directors. You may know some of those people on there. The lady at the top is Otima. The second gentleman is Philip Soa. You may know him. He's the former CEO of Airtel. Myself, and then the gentleman on the bottom is called Myron Williams, who is a biogas expert. So this is what we did. We were angel investors. We all invested in the company. So we had a new board. We had different skill sets. I'm finance. Otima is more business, technology, and strategy. Myron is a biogas expert, and Philip is, again, business and strategy. And through our interventions and our market research, but also networks, the company has grown, and at the end of this year would have executed about $750,000 in contracts. I'll talk a little bit about the detail of that later. But I think, as you can see, the real issue was governance and strategy that we brought in. What is the plan? Create a plan. How are you going to scale? Where are you going to scale? What markets are you going to try to secure? So I think one of the important things is the governance piece, which is having structure around the shareholding, who owns what, having regular meetings, catch-up meetings, but also having a data collection system. Where are we in terms of what we're achieving, and where do we want to be in terms of data? So we seed funded the company, but we also are seeking sort of permanent investor capital. And through our networks, we've been able to bring Das Biogas to those networks. So this is basically what we did. It's a multi-step, customized approach, scaling approach. We created a roadmap, jointly developed and agreed with Das Biogas to help achieve their growth goals. We made a partnership map, and this speaks to the issue of deliberate and purposeful partnering. It's not just random partners. You need to have partners who are going to help you to scale. Strategic guidance and coaching, and access to investor networks. So this is an investor network. There are investors in this room, but one of the things we did was to make sure that Das Biogas was being seen by potential investors who are always talking about the lack of pipeline. And then investor readiness. I said the first thing, if you remember nothing at all, investability is what we're trying to achieve. We don't just want this to be a small business that is an also ran. We want it to be investable. So this is part of the journey. Okay, so strategy is the first thing, defining an investability strategy, so defining a scaling pathway using sector experts, having that technology in there and making sure that the technology was validated. Rebranding for market positioning. So we basically recreated a modern identity for the firm with a climate forward message. So rebranding, having a website that was interesting that people could go to and learn about the company. But I think the most important thing was seeking collaboration with sector partners. So there are, on one side, the technology partners for Das Biogas, so technology and integrity and validation, introducing them to the carbon markets and the whole concept that revenue can actually be accrued from markets where you're not just selling a biogas plant, but from the carbon sequestration. And then research institutions for that data. How are you measuring this carbon that you think you're sequestering? What is the data around employment? What are the data points around your impact? And then creating relationships with municipal authorities who would probably be a principal partner in this journey. Off-takers as well. A number of renewable energy companies are looking to supply renewable energy alongside their traditional sort of oil and gas energy. If you take the telcos are keenly looking for renewable energy options because their constituents demand it. If you look at a company like MTN, they've built a huge data center that is solar powered, and that's in response to consumer interest and consumer demand. So the partnerships. These are the three main partnerships that we've been able to secure for Das Biogas. The first is a fantastic partnership with the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, collaboration with some of AMA's partners, who are GIZ and Bloomberg Philanthropics, around clean cities. So what happens is, in bringing Das Biogas to AMA, Das Biogas also benefits from those partnerships that AMA has. So Das Biogas now has a direct line of sight to GIZ, and it has a direct line of sight to Bloomberg Philanthropy. So basically, you're benefiting from your partners' partners. Okay, so there is a plan and memorandum of understanding around a biogas plant, a waste treatment plant at Kaneshi, where AMA used to have a composting plant. The second is with the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. So that was in 2000, that was this year. Again, partnering with the Ministry of Energy's partners, who are the carbon markets in Singapore. That's the carbon market. And it's to put 200 of those portable units in 200 schools across the country in 5 regions of Ghana. The third partnership is with a private biofuel company, and that is a company that is embarking on a project to build and operate a biodegradable organic fertilizer plant in the central region. And Das Biogas, even though they would be a sub to that, in that they are basically providing the feedstock, the bulk of that $750,000 revenue line that I showed to you is coming from that project. And it's a project that is funded by the European Union, and it's around job creation. So, as we know, waste collection, a lot of unskilled labor, but high sort of job creation potential. So these are the headline partnerships. There are a number of other partnerships, but I just wanted to highlight the most important one. And as you can see, the revenue implications are quite meaningful, but also some of the impacts in terms of jobs, carbon sequestration, and also organic waste process are also quite meaningful for a company that was quite small just a couple of years ago. So these are just some snapshots of what happened. So that's a picture last year where the AM actually, Das Biogas actually installed one of the time of the signing of the MOU. And this is more recently at the Ministry of Energy, where the framework and clean energy framework. So that is the framework under which the 200 schools will be served under the cook stove framework. But that, again, has wonderful implications regarding access to the carbon markets, the voluntary carbon markets, and carbon sequestration. So how has the support DA Energy has provided to DAS Biogas opened up market opportunities? Because it really has to be about market opportunities. Partnerships should not just be partnerships for the sake of it. They must be meaningful, and they must be able to generate revenue for the company. Well, you go slowly and you grow organically. But unfortunately, you're limited by capital, you're limited by expertise, you're also limited by your connections or your lack of connections. And so you don't scale because you don't know anybody and you're not in any virtual network whatsoever to be able to scale. So some opportunities were coming DAS Biogas's way, but they were probably only able to, well, we had worked out 30 to 40% of project leads. The partnership approach means that with AMA, with the Ministry of Energy, with what we're doing with the private biofertilizer company, you can deliver more on your pipeline projects. Your combined resources open more opportunities, but also you get faster market entry because you're now working with a team. It also creates additional revenue streams with a team. So carbon markets, you have the revenue streams of CO2 that you would generate from a biogas plant. Remember that biogas is the first product. You also have carbon dioxide that is used by the brewing industry and other beverage industries. But you also have waste processing technology that you can sell. You sell your expertise to others who are willing to partner with you. So wrapping up, what have we learned? And we've learned a lot of things as incubators, accelerators, scalers, not just for DAS Biogas, but also for other entrepreneurs. And I'd like for us to pay a little bit of attention to this because I think this applies to a number of people in the room. You must partner to fill your gaps. Don't try and do everything yourself. Find partners that fill the capacity gaps that you have. So for example, if you're not very good at market development, partner. Visibility and outsource your visibility and branding, your marketing. Do that. You can't do all of that yourself. And focus on what you do best. DAS Biogas, the promoters are chemical engineers. They know the technical side, but they don't know a lot of the other things. So look for people who can help you with the other things. For government, support Lawe directly. Support partnerships with incentives. And I think the only cry we would make is speed. Sometimes you talk with various government agencies, but we know it's bureaucratic, it takes time. And we're really thrilled that there's a whole new climate change ministry, and I think that's intended to address that. But it did take some time to get some of these agreements signed. Risk mitigation, and I think you alluded to that, some of the risk mitigation tools make it easier for incentive-based risk-sharing systems for some of these SMEs so that the private sector can actually partner with people like DAS Biogas, because for a lot, insurmountable. So some of those risk mitigation schemes would be great for energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. And for investors, I think there are some investors in the room, we know what you want to see. You want to partner, you want partnerships. Partnership projects have better returns because risks are shared. But you're also looking for proven partner track record. It's not just some random partner. Make sure we know that that's what you're looking for. And SMEs can diversify risk, can de-risk by diversifying across multiple partnerships. So, other lessons learned. Governance, we talked about governance. Don't put off what we learned with DAS Biogas. A lot of SMEs want to put off governance, having structures, having that off until later because they think, I'm too small, I don't need this. But you do. because very often you don't look serious if you don't have those structures. Okay, for an investor looking at you and you don't, and it was quite a journey sort of trying to explain that these structures were important. The second thing is what I would call, there's a sort of a false belief that passion and product alone equals success. They don't. You love the product because you developed it. You love the product because you've been working on it for the last 10 years. But unfortunately, and it doesn't get you success. Incubator pitch obsession. And we went through this. It's very easy to become obsessed with these pitches. I've been to GCIC, so I'm going to go to another pitch, and I'm going to get another 10,000. Chasing pitch events where there's no follow-up capital. Prioritizing pitch competitions over actually building a sustainable business. Focus on building the business. Don't focus on going from here, there, and going here, there, and everywhere. Have some focus. Flashy pitch decks do not fix the business fundamentals. And we have all seen. I sat in a GCIC pitch event where one of the judges sort of blew up in our faces because he was so fed up of seeing these very flashy pitch decks, but when you interrogate them, there's nothing below that. Okay, so flashy pitch decks don't fix the fundamentals. And then to the investors, this is some of the type of work that the SMEs need. Investors need to work more with ecosystem connections. And a lot of investors just want a ready-made deal that is done. So, to wrap up, what's the bottom line? Has Das Biogas reached investability? Not yet. But Das Biogas is absolutely 100% on that journey to achieve investability. We'll be talking to a number of investors in a couple of months, simply because we're further along the scalability scale than we were 2 years ago. Bottom line is that strategic partnerships work because everyone contributes their strengths. Your risks and costs are shared. Your results are achieved faster and cheaper because you are sharing. And also, you get more market opportunities through the networks because you become more visible and accessible. That's what we did with biogas. That's us.
Now, can we hear it again for... an example there, so thank you so much once again. Again, your questions can be made or asked when we have the panel discussion, so please sit tight for that. I think both case studies made a lot of references to the cohorts and businesses in those cohorts. So if there are any of the cohorts here, applause, because very inspiring stuff we're seeing. Can we... Oh, don't be shy. Please stand up and let's see you. Let's see you. One over there. Lovely. Lovely. GCIC has really been up to amazing initiatives. And we're about to see yet another video, this one themed Investing in Sustainable Entrepreneurship. And we're about to see GCIC's work between 2021 to 20 prizes, climate smart businesses, the impact that they have as a country. So if the video is ready, all eyes on the screen, we will... Very first panel discussion, and it's based on the theme Scaling Through Strategic Collaboration and Climate Data for Accelerated Climate Impact. Exactly what the winning formula of what GCIC have put into motion in the last couple of years, the last 8 years, to be direct. I'm going to introduce and invite the panelists on stage one after the other, and I will end by introducing the moderator for that specific panel. Before I introduce them, I'd like to media, please use the hashtags #ICI2025 or #InnovateForClimate. This is streaming on the YouTube page for GCIC, so you can share that link as well, so those at home or wherever they are can follow, watch, learn, and be impacted. So the very first panelist for this specific panel is engineer. So the very first panelist for this specific panel is engineer Mrs. Henrietta Emisa Arthur. Please, a round of applause for her as she joins us. She's the executive director and co-founder of Arthur Energy Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, she joins us with over 40 years of experience in the energy sector itself. She's held strategic leadership roles at institutions like the Volta River Authority and the Ghana Grid Company. Part of leading institutions like the Volta River Authority and the Ghana Grid Company. Part of leading a $350 million rural electrification, of managing that data and using it to help you scale. She showed us practical examples of how GCIC have used the data over the last couple of applause for her. One more time. Then, of course, please welcome her. She joins us on stage as well. Her work speaks for itself over 8 years, transforming businesses, transforming lives through impactful green businesses, green economy businesses here in Ghana. A round of applause for the full panel as they take over.
It's on? It is. Okay, thank you, everyone. Session, this all-female panel, which already just gets me excited, on scaling expertise as well as lived experience in the areas that we're going to be looking at today. So we're actually focusing on 5 pillars this morning that are essential for scaling successfully in today's fast-moving environment. We're going to be looking at breaking barriers through strategic partnerships, leveraging Jaffar's presentation. We're going to look at business model innovation, financing. This is something that's being talked about all morning. Policy as a catalyst for scale, and the use of data as a business tool for growth. Antoine has done me a favor by telling you a little bit about each of the panelists. So I'm just going to really dive in. A quick note on the format. I'll guide the conversation across the 5 sectors, and then we'll open the floor for questions. So if something strikes you during our conversation, just jot it down, and then we'll come back to your questions after the panel. So let's start. Strategic partnerships. And I think I want to start with you, Clara, because to scale effectively, SMEs often need to build partnerships that go beyond traditional supply chains or vendor relationships. Okay, thank you. So, Clara, what types of partnerships have been most effective for you as the owner and founder of Cultural in helping your business to scale? And this can be across sectors, it can be across capabilities, or even...
Very much, Ruka, and it's such an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
For Cultural, we have stayed very true to our core mission of being a sustainable fashion brand, of promoting gender equality and inclusivity. And so in partnership and ensuring our growth, we have made that very core. Whatever we are looking at, we want to make sure that it aligns with our mission in terms of partnership. And we have done that with a lot of intentionality. beyond our suppliers of eco-friendly fabrics and our circular economy suppliers of textile waste, what we have done is collaborating with other sustainable brands, even outside of fashion. So for instance, we have a good collaboration with Kaime, which is a premium Ghanaian beauty brand. And because we have a shared vision in sustainability, we partner with them. What that happens is we get exposed to other audience which otherwise we wouldn't have had access to, whilst we also collaborate in sharing our commitment to sustainability. So that's one. In terms of retail, particularly where we are, we try to be on platforms that support sustainability.
Experts on a major global program, and I have no doubt that everything that you have just explained to us was part of that actually taking place. So many congratulations to you on that achievement. Harriet, I'm going to come to you now, and I'm a little bit nervous because Harriet actually happens to be one of my mentors. So forgive me if you hear my voice change. Over the past 4 decades, your firm has developed many formidable partnerships. And I wonder whether you could tell us, how do you evaluate whether a potential partner is the right fit? Get some insights from you.
Thank you very much, Ruka. I think that a lot has been said in this room, and as the presenters were doing their work, I was busy jotting down because I learned a lot. But I think for me, one thing that has been critical is that evaluating the kind of partnership you need depends on the size of your dream. You know, because you kind of partner according to your size. So if you're small, you're looking for small partners. What are you looking at? Some of the dreams some of the partners you take on may be needed today. Partnerships take a while to develop. And so if you're waiting till the day you need them to pick them up, then what it also means is that to be able to have a good criteria to bring on the big guys, you have to learn to dream as part of acquiring partners. And with that, it allows you to look at your criteria for bringing on partners. I think one of the things typically that's said is that if as a business all you're looking at is incremental increases, then you're looking at what you can do or your team can. Be free, feel free to imagine, feel free to dream. Because once you move into that area, you begin to look wide, you begin to look big, ecosystems, areas in which you would not have looked, you begin to look. People you would not have considered at all as people you should be thinking about for partnership, you begin to look at them. So a lot has been said already about aligning your vision, your values, and so forth. And the one additional thing I want to say is partnership, and therefore how you evaluate also means that you, as the evaluator, the one seeking the partnership, must enlarge your dream, your vision.
Thank you very much, Harriet. Partnering according to your size and the size of your dream. And in alignment with that, Yvette, I'm coming now to you to pose a question that you're not necessarily about you as a trusted business advisor for many corporations and in governments. Might you share an example of a partnership that actually failed and what yourself or your client, we'll call XYZ, learned from it about alignment or execution?
Okay. So I'd like to say that we don't have any that have failed. But the reality is partnerships do fail. And what we've seen is the assumptions, right? The things that we leave unsaid. The assumptions that we make about where we want to go. This is actually 2 companies that, let's say, we were supporting. So company A's objectives are A, B, C, D, and company B's objectives are X, Y, Z. So it became very clear very early on in the game that both companies were not aligned in terms of the objectives of this partnership. What is our shared ambition? What is our shared goal? What do we want to achieve together? It's important that throughout the life cycle of that partnership, you have continuous realignment. Nothing stays the same. Things change. What you wanted to bring to the table, the external environment. So every month, every quarter, depending on the extent of scale or rate of change, as a part of that continuous realignment of what you want to achieve.
Thank you so much, Yvette. And I think that theme of alignment and shared value really sets us up for our next discussion, which is on innovation or innovating your business model to unlock growth. Jeff, I'm going to come to you, and you're very free to use the Das Biogas example if you so wish. What are the key signs that a business model needs to be reimagined or innovated to achieve scale? What are the key signs that a business model needs to be?
I'm going to make a lot of reference to Das Biogas. I think one of the key things is being very clear about what your defined market is and what your product can actually deliver. So in one of the slides I showed you, there were various products. You know, there's a sort of big concrete-looking thing, and then there's a small products. You know, there's a sort of big concrete-looking thing, and then there's a small product. Mm-hmm. And the small product was actually an innovation from the larger product, just not achieving scale. Because there's a limited number of consumers who would go for that style of product. And the company was struggling to understand why they were not making impact in the domestic sector. And the truth is that the product is just not appropriate. Mm-hmm. So you need to reimagine what exactly is the product I can take to market that can take me to scale. And very often you're so fixated on what you've done already, it's difficult to shift. You're sort of stuck in that rut of that innovation. So I think it's important to be flexible. Know when your product is actually just not your product is actually just not reaching an accessible market. You're pumping everything into it in terms of marketing spend. You're doing a lot of promotion, but your market is just not growing. And the chances are you're trying to flog the wrong product. And that was what our experience was. And getting an SME to shift mindset is hard. It's hard because they're totally in love with what they're doing and what they've done. And they've done it for 10 years and they think it's the best product. But the market is actually not validating you. So it's important to have that flexibility and to be able to recognize that, something, this is actually not working. So
a highly successful business. What changes or pivots did you make at Arthur Energy Advisors that enabled growth or access to new markets?
Okay, so the first thing, we used to be an advisory services firm, purely energy advisory. And the first shift we made was to become a services company. So we're supporting implementation, so began to provide end-to-end services to our clients, our energy firm. And I think my emphasis on that, I think the third thing we did was actually become a business owner. For a long time, we deal mainly in power, and we also deal in petroleum as fuel for power. For a very long time, we had given advice. We worked with investors through from beginning to end in building power plants and so forth. And we sat down and said, come on, if we're giving this advice, we're working with investors and they're doing such a great job, why are we not getting into this business ourselves, advising ourselves? And that's a stage we are right now in terms of moving. And I think, so for me, the thing I think the key word is making the decision to become. You may not have become it yet, but you need to make the decision. Otherwise, you will walk through the markets, you walk through the opportunities, and your eyes won't pick them up just because you see yourself in a certain way, and those are the things that you look for, whether it be partners, whether it be opportunity, maybe new market. The definition of who you are in your mind is actually what makes it, and that's what's brought us this far.
Thank you, Harriet. I'm going to sort of like marry what Jifa said, Clara, and what Harriet had just said, because Jifa spoke about basically SMEs falling in love with their product, thinking it's the best thing since sliced bread, when it actually isn't. And what Harriet said around making the decision to actually become. So with your own business and just knowing about the SME entrepreneurial ecosystem generally, how do you or revenue streams, and maybe you could just use your own example or others that you may know of. How do small businesses stay true to their core mission while experimenting with new models and new revenue streams?
Thank you again, Ruka. It's very business model. To grow and to thrive, you need to make the decision to become. And so for us at Collateral, yes, we have streams of revenue, but we do so conscious of targeting carefully selected section of our trusted clients. Because we do take a lot, whenever we want to do something, we have developed a level of relationship with our clients, for instance, and then we also have people who would never wear clothes that somebody has worn before, no matter what you do. We know the effect of what the climate is doing. We know the effect of textile waste on our environment. But there are some target people, no matter what you do to Obroni, they will never buy it. So there is a market for people from textile waste that had been used from textile. So for us, we use cut-off pieces from fresh fabrics, and also our innovative way of miles and miles away, you will know that it's Collateral. If you see any elsewhere that's not Collateral, that's a good imitation. But, so we are the original.
Okay.
Yes, and the way we craft it, globally, when an outfit is made, average of 15% of the fabric goes to waste. But at Collateral, we've been able to reduce that to 0.2%. And bi-weekly, we are infusing, as we are growing, almost 2 tons of textile waste, which we employ people to collect for us. And so, yes, for us, this is how we have been able to increase our revenue stream. Of course, also leveraging on what she just said when they were in services and looked at going into product. I'm coming from a background of consultancy many years with the UNDP, with the World Bank. And after I've started Collateral for the last 8 years, and I've acquired so much knowledge in the field and in the area of sustainability, it's time to give back. And so I relaunched my executive presence, of course, through Ruka's deep advice. And like she rightly said, now I'm a textile and garment consultant doing Ruka's deep advice. And like she rightly said, now I'm a textile and garment consultant doing other work in policy to revamp the garment industry. So that's another extra everything.
So the world, look out for Clara. She's going to be doing some amazing things in the next couple of months. So you heard it here first. Let's shift gears now and talk about funding. Funding is always a big challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity when it is done right. I'm going to direct my questions around funding and financing for collaborative growth to Yvette and Jifa. Yvette, let me start with you. Trusted business advisor, global firm, global professional service. Let me start with you. Trusted business advisor, global firm, global professional services firm. What advice would you give to a small business in preparing for its first round of growth-oriented funding?
3 things. So 1, have your vision clear, right? What do you want to achieve? How do you plan on achieving it? What have you been able to do so far? Be able to tell that story in a coherent manner that makes sense, that your investor can relate to. So even if you have to add your personal story as to why this particular initiative means so much to you, why you believe so much in it, have that vision clearly articulated, whether it is verbally or it is on paper. That's one. And then two, get your numbers and your statistics and your data ready. So I believe it was Fifa who mentioned that at a pitch, the investors were getting frustrated because there were nice slides, but when you probe, you are not getting the answers and the data that you need. So certainly have your data and your numbers ready. So that's the second one. And then the third one, in preparing for that funding, have a clear picture of what you're going to use the funding for. Because many a times you've had businesses come, they are successful in getting the funding, but when you go back to do the monitoring of the awarded funds, you realize that it has not been used for what it was planned for. Hence, the expected impact, the expected acceleration or the growth or scale doesn't happen. So you are planning the fund for A, B, C come up, and then use it for something else. Maintain the vision so that you actually benefit from that hard-earned fund or grant that you have received.
Thank you. So Yvette's advice, share your vision and be very clear. Oh, have your vision, be very clear what it is, and get your data ready. Have a clear picture of what you're going to use that funding for so that we can measure impact. So Jifat, relatedly, and you spoke about impact investment, you spoke about your work with DAS Biogas. What role do blended finance or impact investors play in supporting growth in underfunded or high potential sectors?
Yeah, Ruka, thanks. And I think that's a critical question because so blended finance at the pre-investment stage. So when you going back to the DAS Biogas example, you recognize that yes, the company was not and is not quite ready for full-fledged investment financing. But the work we have done in getting them closer to that destination is actually a lot of the work that a lot of investors don't want to do. It's just, too much wahala. And so they want to come with a ready-cooked they want to be presented with a ready-cooked transaction. That's good to go. And I think blended finance in its truest form needs to invest more in pipeline and invest more in the pre-investment stage to see more pipeline.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
We're going through that whole circle all the time. Well, what have you done to create the pipeline? Well, the project should be there, and there isn't. So I think at the pre-investment stage, and that funding is exactly that, blended. It is philanthropic. That's the stage at which you're not expecting a return. So the return is delayed. I can totally understand how traditional financiers can't do that. If you're a bank, you've got the regulator breathing down your neck about collateral and all sorts of things. We get that. But that's exactly why the blend is required. You need the marrying of the philanthropic, which is for the pre-investment stage, with the full commercial. And I think that's what we need to see more of to get the pipeline.
Thank you so much, Jifa. That was really well, nicely articulated. I want to move on now to talk about data and data analytics, something that is valuable to any founder in that it introduces them to key analytics and so key concepts, whether that's systems thinking, multi-level perspectives, and also multi-dimensional methods of envisioning futures, and then applying these to specific real-world challenges that you may have in your business. And Harriet, I'm going to pose this question to you. How do you build a data culture? How do you build a data culture, in in a business? And how have you done that at Arthur Energy Advisors, which is now actually, is it like, should I say, I was going to say it's a family business, but now your sons are now leading it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are leading it and we are following. But, yeah. No, I think, so one of the things I want to disabuse, I mean, a lot of times when we talk about data these days, we talk about digitized data, computer, right? But data existed way before. You can collect data even with a piece of paper and a pen. And I had a mother who was a cloth dealer, and she used her book, her notebook, and her pen like nobody can. You may not even be able to use it as well on your computer. So it's a habit, it's developing the habit of putting things down, counting, noting things down. One has to capture the story of their business somewhere. That's what you're doing when you're capturing the moments of your business somewhere. And then you're taking the time to be able to look back on it and distill wisdom. Because if you collect the data and never go back to it, you don't learn a whole lot. So in our case, we started, like you're saying, as a small business, as a very small business. And even in consulting, we went back to read our own reports. We noted when we worked with people in consortiums, we actually sat down, read their reports, see how they did it differently. We saw how they contributed differently and learned from it and so forth. So that is one. The other thing you do in a small business as you collect data, whether it's you or your team, is actually as the management use it. Use it as a management tool, use it as a remuneration tool. The team will get to know that it's not just data for data's sake. Management will use it for something. We do data sheets, time sheets, and the time sheet is useful for various things. If you charge a client to work on something for 10 days, you want to be able to go back to see whether typically you are not using 20 days to do that job for which you've charged 10 days. And then sit around and wonder why you are not making ends meet. And especially when you're in a small team, you have one staff member working on various projects. Again, keeping the timesheet means you know how much of the person's time went into various things. So you can do the math and understand it and try to shift it. One of the things we're doing, maybe increasingly now, is actually scanning and trying to keep abreast with technology. In the area where we work in power, a lot of the, let me use Ghana as a typical one. The power sector is very, very busy. And it's busy, the actual guys running the power sector are so busy that because they're always in crisis. Power is going off, equipment is going off, they don't have money, they owe somebody, they are knocking on their doors and so forth. And so small businesses like us who are not directly in the line of fire can just scan the globe, especially luckily with the technology adapted it for use in West Africa, because a lot of the solutions, or quite a number of the solutions that are working very well in the West may not work in our situation because of how we set our systems up. Now, lastly, one of the things, for instance, we're taking an advantage of is AI. We've put in place an AI policy. We're just working through institutionalizing it and having a real-time dashboard where we can be looking at what's coming in, how we're using it, adjusting it. Because the truth of the matter is that whether we're in consulting services or as business developers, unless we learn how to work with all the technologies that are coming at us, very soon we will not be competitive, we will not be attractive. So that's the way in which, and the AI now has been very helpful in collecting data in some of the cases, analyzing it for you. So you don't have to put too many man hours to do it, so you can deliver more efficiently, effectively for your clients, and you can keep the value creation coming so that they get more. You can keep relevant. You can stay relevant both locally whilst you tap into the global, what's happening in the global space as well, you can sit in Ghana and scan Sierra Leone data and analyze it and provide answers to them very, very quickly. So that's what we're trying to do with data. And today more than ever, we need it, and people can do it at speed. So it's not enough to do it in the, using old tools and not keep abreast with how people are doing. But you certainly can't do this without working your data, collecting, but also working it, keeping it.
Thank you so much, Harriet. I'm keen for us to hear from the voices in this room. So I guess I have one question on policy, which I want us to close up with. So let's close up on policy, and specifically policy as a catalyst for scale. Jifa, what specific government policies or initiatives actually helped DAS Biogas to scale successfully?
Okay, so I think that there are probably two specific ones which will help DAS Biogas to scale. The first is the carbon market framework, and I think it's a potentially very lucrative scaling opportunity for renewable energy firms. Unfortunately, you spoke in your remarks about the fact that less than 14% of climate financing actually reaches local entrepreneurs. And I would say, in as much as that's a fantastic government policy around reaching, sort of being able to access the voluntary carbon markets, most of it at the moment in Ghana is being exploited by non-Ghanaians. And I don't mean the word exploited, I don't use the word exploited in a negative sense. I'm just saying that the main participants in that sector at the moment are non-Ghanaian. And I think it's a function of two things. First of all, awareness that there is potential revenue to be sort of gained from that sector, but also it's difficult to access. The hoops are quite, you need to jump through a number of hoops to be able to access the carbon markets. And it's difficult for small businesses. So what you find is that, it's a lot of, foreign partners that are coming in from Singapore, from the Middle East, and, partnering with fairly small companies, but taking all the credit. So it's a fantastic policy. I just think that it probably needs to be tweaked and maybe local companies enabled to access those markets, because they're fantastic markets. I mean, in the areas of forestry, for example, Ghana has an incredible sort of carbon sinking asset, but there's not a lot that's being done by local firms. The other is just the general renewable energy framework. What the Ministry of Climate Change is doing around basically just promoting renewable energy and clean cooking, such that a company like DAS, the ministry, to be able to deliver on some of these renewable energy projects under specific projects. So for example, like I said, 200 schools, putting biogas into 200 schools is the brainchild of the ministry, but they can't implement it themselves. So I think that whole sort of mindset shift towards renewables is fantastic. And I think Ghana is very much ahead of the curve compared to our neighbors in the sub-region around making very deliberate and purposeful strategy or policy around renewable energy. So it's carbon and also the RE policies.
Renewable energy, carbon and renewable
also relative to our neighbors and the continent, we're doing pretty well. But I think SMEs, local SMEs, need a little bit of support to access carbon markets.
So now it's time to bring your voices to the conversation. So we are going to be, hands are already up. Okay, so what questions do you have for our panelists? So who has a question about forming partnerships? Or maybe a question around preparing for a financing round? All questions allowed.
Hi, thank you for the very insightful panel. I have a question around partnership and getting funding. My name is Mpoto Pius, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Utogenics. We're a health tech startup looking to improve risk prediction for cancer, starting with breast cancer. And Harriet spoke about partnering according to your size, but also partnering according to your dream. And the question I have is, if you're building something that's future-focused, such as we see in health tech, especially in my space, but also you have a problem where a lot of partners want immediate returns, to be able to say things like, oh, in 3 months, our portfolio companies have doubled their revenue by X percentage. So they might think that your idea is bogus, it might not yield returns in 6 months, in 1 year. How do you maneuver getting partners, getting funders with that kind of startup idea? Thank you.
So the question is around partners who want quick returns, right? We'll take a couple of questions so that... I think we need some ushers in the room, Prince, so that Antoine is not walking around.
The data, 90% emission from agriculture and energy. I want to know if you have any data on emissions from open burning of waste, and then a landfill site, illegal and legal. And then the dust lady, I wanted to know, how do you clean the biogas?
Sorry, no, gentlemen, please.
I have only one question.
I have to interrupt.
Okay.
You know, their name is not the data lady.
I'm sorry.
Or the gas lady.
I'm sorry.
Yvette.
I mentioned Yvette.
It's a little bit uncomfortable.
Forgive me. Forgive me. So to Jifa Megashi. I wanted to know, how do you clean the biogas and what exactly do you remove? Because I know there's CO2, there's sulfur. And then also, how good is your recovery process? Because I have recovery and segregation technology and capability. Maybe I could partner you on that. And then,
How many questions are you going to ask, my friend? My new best friend.
And then back to Yvette again. The Baobab people, do they produce the BSF themselves? Do they outsource? Can I partner in that regard also? Thank you.
Okay, for the last question, I'll introduce you to one of my colleagues who's actually the portfolio manager for Baobab. So everything you need, he'll give it to you on the Hura Baobab. So let's just answer those questions first. So there's a question around partnering. How do you partner when you have potential partners who really want quick returns, right? And a question around data. I don't know whether you have that data, but I'm sure it's available if you use AI. Data around burning, right? And then Jifa questions around all of those things that are too technical for me to understand. So you can start. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, what's your name? Okay, Mr. Boite Segbefia. My name is Jifa Megashi. So, on the DAS biogas question, at the moment, we're not actually extracting anything. So in the plants that are put in, the industrial plants, biogas is going straight in, and there's no CO2 separation. All you're getting is the biogas and the liquid, the biofertilizer. The plan for the CO2 extraction is for the AMA plant, because that will be a big industrial plant, probably doing about 180 metric tons throughput of feedstock a day, because AMA, I think you know, the municipal authorities own the waste in the area. So AMA actually owns all of our waste. We think it's rubbish, but they actually own it. So the idea is basically to bypass the landfills, have the waste separation at source, and that's also another policy area which DAS Biogas influenced was to encourage AMA to have that legislation passed around waste separation. But there's no CO2 being extracted currently in the current plants, but that's the plan. Yes. Yes. So in a big plant like that, there's sulfur, there's CO2, and then obviously you get the biofertilizer. But in terms of maybe collaborating. Let's talk afterwards. And I'm sorry the promoter is not here himself. He's in Kumasi, but I'm happy to hook you up because there's lots to do. There's more than enough for everybody to go around.
Yvette, the question on data.
Mr. Sebefia's question on open burning and waste data. Okay. So I can't tell you the numbers as I sit here, but I'm sure the team has taken note. We'll see what we can dig up, and then we can have a conversation during the next break.
And I think it's just important to just point out, GCIC works with entrepreneurs, right? And you have entrepreneurs in agriculture, renewable energy, and the way that we calculate emissions is specific to the enterprise, because enterprise have different methodologies and approaches to what they do. You can have a cassava farmer, you can have open question, actually we need to sift the question so that we can give you an answer that you can actually make use of. But EY are very good at all of this kind of stuff, and there's a team at the back. Give them difficult questions, they'll give you very difficult answers. Okay.
Ruka, I wanted to react to this lady's question about partnership. And I was saying that typically as an SME, the way you want to go is by introduction and tapping into people's networks. Because if you're always going to go in front of a group that you don't know anything about and go and pitch big, it's going to be a problem for you. So you prep, you begin to get in touch with one person, tap into that network, they help you improve it a little bit. It's easier when you've been introduced by somebody to the person. They engage, they have a little more patience, they listen to you. So you want to use that a lot, and before you know, now you're known by, the people you can pitch. But before you know, now you're known by, the people you can pitch. But use the network, use the relationships to move slowly through it so people can listen and you don't get discouraged.
Harriet, if I may just add to that and just give an example from GCIC, because I think your question, you're saying partners who want quick returns. Partnership is a choice, right? And if you decided that you want to partner with such an organization or with such institutions, you've got to give them what they require, right? And then so that they can give you what you also want, from them. When we started GCIC, for 2 years, we didn't do any fundraising. Actually, maybe even 2.5, 3 years. Because our premise was that, what are we going to seek partnerships for? We need data. And we needed compelling data, not just collected from end of 9 months or, oh, that's an interesting ringtone. We needed data from a medium term so that we could interpret it and tell stories, right? So that when we would actually go into partnerships, we had a story to tell, a compelling story that would actually bring the funding to us, or the partnership. So I think it's really important. That's why it's important to know why you want a partnership, what you want from it, what they want from it, and decide to walk away if you think that the terms and the conditions precedent are not going to be things that you actually want to be part of. Okay.
Ruka, can I
More
just...
questions? Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to answer that question. So I think it's a fantastic point you raise. And to Harriet's point, it's very important as you're going into even a partnership discussion that there already is some pre-alignment. Very often the power imbalances that you have in seeking a partnership are not known. So you're going in there and you're thinking, I'm an SME, this is a big company, and I really want a partner to sort of scale. But if you're going to find that you're in there as the sort of diminutive partner who is just accepting every proposal that is made, you may go into the wrong partnership. And I think that's Ruka's point, that you should at some point be able to say, okay, that's not for me. I can't actually do that. In the DAS experience, very quickly, you have a small company who is going into a room with ministers and mayors and, big people. And the sort of go-to mode is that you become a little diminutive, you don't say much, and you just listen and you're told what to do. If it doesn't, what we found with DAS is that we had to speak up in the room and be their voice, because the SME feels that, well, I'm here with big people and so I can't talk. And then you end up with the wrong partnership. So it's that power imbalance that you have to be quite careful about, but be able to say, this is not for me.
Thank you so much. I know we have another panel, but for me, this has been a rich and a very insightful discussion. But there are a few takeaways that stood out for me. Partnership are not just about access, they're about alignment. Business model innovation doesn't always mean disruption. It's also about listening to your customers and evolving with intent. And financing also isn't just about money. It's about finding the right kind of capital. So with that said, help me to actually thank Clara from Claturo. Round of applause. One of my mentors, Harriet and Mr. Arthur Energy Advisors. My partner in crime when it comes to data, Yvette Marie from EY. And one of my favorite girls, Jifa Magashi. Thank you so much.
Lot about data, and now we need to collect some data from you. So I would like to invite the representative from Ernst & Young, EY, to join me here. You'll be receiving a text message soon with a link that you can click on to respond to a survey, but you will also be able to scan a QR code in the back of your pamphlet to do same. But yes, Chief, go ahead.
Antoine, thank you so much. So we are happy to have all of you here today. We sent some SMS messages. Okay. So check your phones, open the link, and let's go. You can pick the QR code from the screen as well. Okay. So it's time for us to provide GCIC feedback on today's event. We'll be doing this within 2 minutes. Please select your gender if you are with me. If you have the form opened, please select your gender, male, female. How many of us are with me? Show by hand. Are with me? Show by hand. Fantastic. Fantastic. So just open the link and let's go. Select your gender, male or female. Your organization, name of organization. Thank you. All right, so the third question is asking, please indicate the extent to which you agree or disagree with the following statements as applicable to you per your experience at today's event. Whether you strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree. I feel that I have increased my knowledge on the benefits of green economy to Ghana's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Do you strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree to this statement? We are just ticking. Thank you. The next one is, I am satisfied with the content of today's ICI event. I am satisfied with the content of today's ICI event. Please tick whether you strongly disagree, agree, or somewhat agree. Thank you. The next question is, kindly describe your experience in today's event compared to your expectations. Kindly describe your experience in today's event compared to your expectations, briefly. So within 20 seconds, right? As many as you want to list, yeah. What is the key lesson drawn from today's event? Last but not the least, number 6. How could GCIC improve future ICI events such as this? How could we improve future events such as this? How could we improve future ICI events such as this? Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much. All right, so with no further ado, we'll enter the next panel discussion. GCIC over the years has had a key focus on empowering women entrepreneurs. With that in mind, we will go into this panel discussion that is themed Strategies for Inclusivity and Impact for Women Entrepreneurs. On this panel, we have a very distinguished list of women, very well accomplished, a lot of impact in the span of years that they've been working for. First on the list, Miss Becky Enyonam Ahazi. She's a legal practitioner. And she's not only, just a legal practitioner. She played a pivotal role in passing the landmark 2024 Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act last year. So, very massive. Next on the list, we have Miss Catherine Eggman. She's the founder of CEDAR Ghana and a founder of Mindful Governance. She's a seasoned governance expert with over 20 years of experience. Her expertise comes in evaluating businesses, leadership development, and cultural transformation for financial institutions and corporations. So again, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Miss Karen Akiwumi Tano is a board chair of Prudential Life Insurance. A round of applause for her as she joins us on stage as well. She's also a seasoned governance expert. She's a chartered accountant. She's a banking professional with over 40 years, ladies and gentlemen, of experience across multiple African countries. So a round of applause for her. Lots to learn here. Moving on, there's also Miss Preba Aka. She's a founder and CEO of Mansa Gold, and she joins us with over 25 years standing as a seasoned lawyer, both in. Thank you so much for joining us here. To moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Miss Letitia Brown. She's the director for Intelligent Group. A round of applause for her as she joins. She's got a lot of experience in people management, marketing, and business development. Over to you.
Ruka stood, so I think if I now sit, it will be less dramatic. Although I shouldn't try to follow in Ruka's footsteps, but I feel like I should elaborate a little bit more as to why I'm here moderating this panel, because the bio was, not that I'm being egotistical, but I don't think the bio did it justice. I've been working with GCIC for many years now. I'm supporting a number of their programs. Hi, Clara, and a few of the other entrepreneurs in the room, Emmy Beth. But I've specifically been working with them more recently on access to finance for female entrepreneurs. My company, Intelligent Capital, has been supporting growth stage, early stage businesses, should I say, for about 10 years now.
in the space of trying to bridge the gap between entrepreneurs and investors, right? There's still quite a huge vacuum there. So that's the work that I've been doing. That's the work that I do with GCIC. So I felt that it was important to state, not that there's anything wrong with me being a marketing professional, but I'm not. So I thought I would just say that. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Letitia Brown. I think that the panel has been introduced. Also, lots of familiar faces on the panel. Becky, I didn't know we were sitting next to each other. It's the first time that we've met. So, but today's topic is going to be gender-focused. We're touching upon strategies for inclusivity and impact for women entrepreneurs. And there could be a lot of people in the room wondering as to why this is important. Why do we need to have a gender-focused conversation? But there's still quite a gap, really. So I'll talk a little bit about why I think it's important, and then I'll start throwing some questions to the panelists. Unfortunately, Karen may have to leave a little bit earlier, depending on how we're doing with time. So if she's leaving the stage, just appreciate the fact that she had a prior engagement. Yeah. So we all know that women entrepreneurs are really the key drivers of innovation, employment, and community development. Do we all agree? Even the men in the room, do we agree? Can I get some encouragement here? We know that women drive the entrepreneurship space. The data says it. The World Bank produces reports every year saying how the majority of entrepreneurs and small businesses are run by women, and that doesn't seem to change year on year. So we can't say that without saying that they're not key drivers to community development, and also responsible for a huge amount of employment. But we also know that the data shows that women still continue to face disproportionate barriers when it comes down to accessing the tools that they require for growth. Now, I think that we've spoken a lot about this today, access to finance, tools for scalability, etc. So we're not going to touch upon that. But we really want to speak about how we can better position women for success. I don't think that there's still a requirement for us to have a question on whether there's a requirement for an intervention, but it's really about how we design systems, policies, and programs that really center women and position them for long-term sustainable success. So that being said, I'd like to throw my first question to Becky. Becky, how can inclusion be built into the DNA of economic development strategies right from the outset? We had a little chat about policy, and I think this would be a great opportunity for you to speak about some of the work that you've done in gender advocacy and the frameworks that we have in place.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. So, yes, how do we include it in our DNA? When you look at the legal and policy framework of Ghana, I'm sure we all heard when the Affirmative Action Act was passed last year. And so when I look at the legal framework of Ghana, that act is a law, it's not just a policy. And what makes it a good thing that it's a law and not a policy is with a law, you can actually enforce it, you can hold governments accountable, you can go to the courts for interpretation and enforceability. But with a policy, you can't hold a government bound by its policy. And so if, for example, the law talks about the fact that government has to have gender-specific budget lines, it has to have prioritized projects, that cuts across every government, whether it's the current government or another government comes in. So the reason why it being a law is good for us is because it's a landmark statement by Ghana saying that we recognize that women are marginalized, be it in business, be it in the public sector, be it in the private sector. And so we are coming up with a quota system which is going to be very inclusive. So when you look at the framework of the Affirmative Action Act, basically what it's saying is that it's giving us timelines and targets, and it's saying that for every company, for every private organization, have 30%, and it comes all the way down. Now, that is the framework the law gives. And I think for me, the second thing about the law is that it gives a protection regime where if you engage in gender stereotyping or hate speech or derogatory speech against someone because of their gender, you are actually liable to a fine or imprisonment. So just to give a casual example, when our young man called Chifa Gas Lady. If you are in a company and someone occasionally tags you as that, and for women entrepreneurs, what you usually realize is when you're going for funding and stuff, sometimes people give you the tag, oh, you're a woman, so you can't do this, or you cannot handle manual. They give you all these negative stereotypes and tags. What the law does now is that it's given a protection regime where if you give, gas lady can be used positively and it can be used negatively as well. Honestly, I didn't, personally, when he used it, I laughed a bit, but then I thought about it. But basically, my point is, the law is creating a regime where now, even all of us have to be sensitive about how we talk about women or how we treat women. And if there's gender discrimination, if you are bidding for something and you know that you were discriminated based on your gender, you can actually take on the person, take them to court or report to the police, and then the person will be liable, so to a fine or imprisonment. So for me, that's another way where you see our framework is trying to give a protection regime to women in the space so that you feel safe to actually go about your business. You feel safe to actually rise through the ranks in the business or in the corporate ladder that you are. The third thing I would say is that looking at the framework in the law, I'm focusing on the law right now because a lot of people don't even know what's in the law. And the law is like, is the overarching thing. Yes, we have a national gender policy that hasn't been how we have the AFTA, you have all these other policies. But for me personally, I think the law changes the game. Look at section 19. It talks about gender responsive budgeting by government agencies and MMDs. And I'm sure most of us as women entrepreneurs, even if you are in agriculture, the agribusiness comes under a ministry or a sector. Even if you are in the energy space, it comes under a ministry or sector of government. Now, what the law is saying is that every ministry, department, agency, or sector, now it is a requirement for them to have gender prioritized projects and targets. And the law actually also gives tax incentives. We talked about incentives earlier in the first panel, and the law also gives tax incentives in section 24, which talks about the fact that if you're gender equity compliant, you actually get tax. So if you're bidding for a government contract, in terms of procurement, you should be given preference. So basically, we have a legal framework now that gives opportunity for women. And I think since it's in our law, the discussion now will be how.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Very insightful. Personally, I wasn't aware of this act. I mean, you were aware. Okay, so I think maybe 99% of the room were not aware of this act. So ladies, we now know that we can start reporting these gentlemen to the police as and when they are being derogatory in an official capacity. Right? But on a more serious note, though, the lack of awareness around this is quite worrying. I heard you making reference to government, so I'm assuming that this is only currently holding government accountable. Just a very quick response. I just want to get clarity on that.
No, so yes, currently not just government. There's supposed to be a gender equity committee that government is supposed to set up. So, and I hear it's going to be set up this month. So now for private sector, you can give all your grievances to that committee. But it's not only for government, it's for private and public sector.
Interesting. Okay, so private sector would also be mandated, and that's when there's an opportunity for tax incentives.
Yes,
if you
private
are
sector
complying.
is covered. Yes, please.
Very, very interesting. So, I mean, Karen, I think then what we'll do is we'll maybe speak a little bit about how private sector, do you have a mic? Yeah. We'll probably speak a little bit about how private sector can kind of go about implementing such policy, right? Because, I mean, I think that a lot of the banks, and I know that you've worked with quite a few different financial institutions, already have programs to support their customer base, right? There's women groups, etc. But within the bank, I still feel that there's a gap in terms of senior management, board positions. Catherine, I'm sure you probably want to chime in on this as well at some point. But how do we get this policy to trickle down into practicality and reality within the organizations that we work within?
Hello, everybody. So, first of all, I'll start by saying that I might disagree with you a little bit on the kind of gender balance that exists in the financial sector, because I've always worked in places where there are a lot of women, and you're talking in management roles in EcoBank when I was there, sometimes was 70% women. And there was a reason for that. The organization I chair now has more than 50% of decision-making coming from females. So, and I think that it's interesting. I mean, so let's talk about why that is and where are the sectors where perhaps it's not happening, so that then we can say, okay, it's doing well here for a reason, but there are other areas where it's not. Maybe you're talking about a rural-urban divide. Maybe you're talking even about a social divide. So it takes you to why there's so many women in decision-making roles in banking. It's because women are seen as, number one, having a lot of attention to detail, being, excuse me guys, relatively more honest and reliable.
Wow.
No, it's true. You know, when the cyber fraud is happening, it's not the girls who, you know, nobody's going to call you on the phone and say, my money is in your account, when are you going to pay it to me? No, it's, yeah, that's romance fraud, that's different. So I must say that my experience here in some of the other African countries where I've worked is that it's not at all levels of society that you're seeing this disparity, yeah? Okay, now, with regards to preaching to the choir, i.e., the companies and the sectors where people already value women and what they bring to the table, that's one thing. I mean, really, to impose a 30% or a 50% gender balance thing on a company, you have to start asking yourself questions about, am I getting the best people? You know, in some of these organizations, they do have the best people and they are women. So that's, you know, sort of my intro. How you embed it, I think, has a lot more to do with perhaps educating the society. It has to do with, you know, the schools people go to and the kind of morals and social values that are taught at a very early level. And perhaps maybe together with the law, we need to be looking at something like that being put in place. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Catherine, did you want to follow up on that? From a governance perspective, are you seeing is the data telling the same story? Because I know that you work with a number of different institutions across various sectors, supporting them with their boards. So are you seeing the same thing, that there's a growing number of women in those roles?
Yes, there is. And if you look at the research on Ghanaian boards, certainly for the listed companies, there's about 35% women on the boards. But what I've found as well in my practical experience is that it's really difficult to find female board members. So companies often ask me to recruit females for their boards. And it's so difficult to find them. I don't know whether it is because they don't have the confidence to apply or whether, because there are a lot of competent women out there. So I think that's where the challenge is actually finding females who are willing to actually represent themselves on boards.
I mean, out of interest, I mean, just to kind of maybe practicalize that, what is your process in terms of trying to identify board members, right? Are you scouring through LinkedIn? I mean, how do the women in the room position themselves to be, you know, seen and be readily available to participate?
That's a good question. So first of all, I start with the immediate circle because I've got quite a wide circle and quite a wide network. So I start with my network, and then I go beyond that network, and then advertising on LinkedIn, and yes, so that's how I scout board members. We're also, and I often actually get a lot of CVs from people, but interestingly enough, it's mainly men. And when I say get a lot of CVs, that random questions. So, Catherine, I hear you recruit for boards. Here's my CV, and it's typically men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with funding applications, right? I don't know if there's a correlation there about whether women feel that they are qualified to sit on boards. Do we need to in order to be able to sit on a board, right?
Absolutely.
I'm going to send you my CV.
Please do,
Letitia. I think I'm ready.
Thank you.
I think I'm ready, but I think also it's about that, what Madam Harriet was saying earlier about taking a decision, right? I think there's a level of boldness that's required there. Because to be honest with you, I'm in a couple of different group chats across the different things. And when board positions come up, I've never thought about applying. I don't know why. Maybe I think I'm too young still. I'm not too sure. That was a bit of a joke. I expect you to say But I'm just not, it's not something that I've considered. I think I even had a conversation with a friend about it. So maybe it's just more awareness. I know that there's a couple of organizations now, Boardroom Africa being one of them, that's trying to recruit more women into board positions, but it also seems a little bit high level, right? So maybe there's a way in which you can, communicate around this a little bit more.
There's more work to be done in that space.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we have our resident entrepreneur on the panel as well. So I'd like to, I think we have a few entrepreneurs on the panel, to be honest. Catherine being one, myself as well. But I think it'll be important to kind of get your perspective as to, we have policies in place, right? We've spoken about organizations, banks trying to be more inclusive. Do you feel it? Do you feel that people are going the extra, or these organizations are going the extra mile in order to meet you where you are? And maybe I'd also want to ask, do you also feel that there's a responsibility for you to be ready to meet them where they are as well? Because that's the side of the coin that I stand on, right? So just to get your perspective on that.
So I didn't know I could talk forever on this subject, but everything I have to say. So the first thing I would say is that apart from being an entrepreneur, I also worked for multinationals for many years. And so I've had the experience which Karen talked about, of where the organizations actually are quite inclusive of women, generally. Okay, and what I have found is that at management level and at board level, right, they are very inclusive of women. Where I think that we need a little bit more work around is when it comes to typically, I would say, your senior director level. Okay, so your CEOs, your CFOs, those two positions in particular. And if there's any industry or tech-related position within an organization, so if it's a telco, you'll find maybe your tech positions there. You'll find those three roles, CEO, CFO, and a tech position, or any kind of supply position. Those are the three that are typically male-dominated. Now, if we're to see a real change, right, around that, and it's not because the organizations typically do not want to hire women. Most of the time it's that there are not enough women candidates ready for that position. Yeah. So we have to go right back to what Karen spoke about, is that we should be looking at what are we doing at our schools? Why are we not encouraging women to go in the, typically in the STEM direction? That typically leads to these three roles. Okay, you find your HR, name any big organization, and you go and look at the HR director role, it is invariably a woman. They are overrepresented in that area. Legal, very much overrepresented in that area, right? Which are the marketing, very much overrepresented in that area. CEO, CFO, and tech positions, nearly always male-dominated. So why are we not in NAPI's hearing? Whether you think it's positive or negative, that's the language any female around you is hearing. So, and I always tell men that be careful how this conversation, when it comes to the conversations around women, remember that you might be seen as the woman in the room, but it goes beyond that. This is the women in your lives. This is your daughters, your sisters, your mothers, everyone in your lives. So even if you don't really care about the women in the room, fair enough. But if you care about your daughters, right, you will take this conversation extremely seriously, okay? Because that's what it's about. It's about your daughters, okay? Particularly for us, we are sitting here, we are done, right? For going forward, the ones who are going to be affected by this law are your daughters, right? So if you care about your daughters, if you truly love your daughters, right, this conversation will be so important to you. And that is why when it came to International Women's Day, when they did the he for she, I felt that was such a powerful message, because that's what this is really about. So do not think that when we're talking about affirmative action, when we're talking about gender, we're talking about just about the women in the room and about it being women's. We're talking about you as well. This is a conversation for everyone, not just for the women. That's the first thing. Okay. So this, from an entrepreneurial point of view, I guess what I would like to say is that what I noticed when I started my business is that I don't think that the funding mechanism was set up for women businesses. From my observation, I see women going into business, going in a very different ways from how men go into business, right? The way they structure what they want to do, the kind of areas they go into, and the focus that they put in. It's very, very different from the way a man will typically do the same. And most of the funders are looking to fund people in the way that the men present themselves. So I think that that's one of the reasons why there's a natural bent towards funding men. So I wouldn't say it just does. Yes, I do think there's bias there. I definitely agree that there's some bias. They just don't think that women can do certain things. I think so. And it's an unconscious bias. It's not a conscious bias. No one will get up and say, oh, I'm not going to fund a woman because she's a woman. But unconsciously, they require the women to over-present themselves, to have more information, to show their competency even more, to show that the businesses has even more potential than they would question what a man would do. Because sometimes, very often, we hear about businesses that fail or ideas that have been given millions, and you're thinking, how did that person get that money to do that? And invariably, it's a man who went and pitched, and a woman will go and pitch for a quarter of that amount and not be given it. It's true, all right? And so it's the unconscious bias that's there. That's the one thing. Secondly, it's about how men pitch as against how women pitch, and how women present their businesses as against how men pitch their businesses. So I would say if we're talking about how funders, right, fund women businesses, I think they need to sit down and actually really do the work, right, to really think, how are we
reach, your funding goal,
looking for maybe $200,000 to $500,000 to start off with, which is the most difficult to address, okay? And that's where you typically don't have the funders, because women will present the business that they are going to start the business and grow. A man will tell you that, no, he wants to build a huge chocolate factory that can produce today.
Yes.
Right?
Even
the woman,
yesterday.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yesterday, and he has the capacity. He can do the capacity of this amount and everything. The woman say, "Oh, she's prepared to do. Oh, I think if I do some 100 kg a month, it's okay." That kind of thing. And that's typically how we do it. And the woman will grow the business that way. But the man will come with you and say he will do you five tons every month, right? And there's a big difference in how that goes.
I have to say I agree with everything. I agree with everything that has been said. My interest really peaked because when I was at the Ghana Angel Investor Network and we were investing in these small businesses, less than 5% of applications, not successful funded business, but applications came from women, right? Because of this hesitance to take on that additional risk. I don't think, though, that we can discount the role that women play in our family units here, right, in Africa, that make us a little bit more risk adverse. So there are a number of different factors. Yes, investor bias is definitely there, but also in terms of pipeline, women are reluctant to step into that space. So I think there's a lot of work still to be done to try and bridge that gap. But going back to that decision that Madam Harriet said, right, we can all decide that we want to play in the big league and we want to take a chance, and we see that we have the potential and ability to be able to scale a business. Because remember, as you're scaling a business and you're taking on capital, you're also expanding your team, right? It's no longer sitting all on your shoulders. So don't allow these bigger numbers and these, huge amounts to kind of make you a little bit fearful. It's all available to you. But I think Ruka said something that was really interesting earlier that I wanted to touch upon in our discussion, because we've known for quite some time, right, that there needs to be an intervention with, sorry, I'm being told that you can't hear me very well. There needs to be an intervention with women entrepreneurs. And Ruka was speaking about how when they started GCIC, they weren't out there raising capital straight away. They collected data. They wanted to be able to tell a very compelling story. I really wanted to understand what we are doing around that piece. And maybe, Becky, I'll put that back to you. Obviously, there was a need for this affirmative action act to come into play. But how are we going about measuring and monitoring the impact of it in order for us to be able to then tell those stories to private sector? Because I would imagine it's probably going to be a bit more difficult to get private sector on board than it is government, right? So how, in terms of, it's an incentive for private sector to participate. However, government is mandated. That was my only perspective before everyone. They're ready to comfort. Do you see this? The change in their demeanor? No. But that was my, government are mandated to review their contract process differently. Private sector, it's a recommendation that you put these things into place. So that was just purely what I was trying to say. So please, Becky, go ahead.
Okay. So I work with a coalition, and you have NGOs and CSOs, women rights organizations. So they were the ones actually called the Affirmative Action Coalition. They were the ones pushing for this law. And that's because, the NGOs go to the grassroots. So some of them receive money for projects and stuff. They go into the communities. They try to do capacity building for women. They try to come up with business ideas and all for them. And then one significant problem they realized was that one thing is that women don't have, when we talk about equality, we're talking about access to resources, not just representation. And that's what the challenge was, where they see that you go to a community, maybe this money has been assigned for a project, and then the women are left out, and the men just did one challenge you had. So the women decided that, okay, can we have legislation or a framework where now, everything the project has come is $100 million, this percentage should be given to the women because they are marginalized anyways. But the problem too is that, do they have the capacity, like you were all saying? Sometimes the opportunity presents itself to us as women, but either we are unprepared or, so you have NGOs, some of the NGOs I work with, you have Abantu, you have NetRight, you have WillDev. For years, you might not hear of them, but they actually do a lot of work in the grassroots, where they do capacity building for women. Some of them also bring them together. Another thing is the pool of resources. Like you said, if you're applying for something that capacity is beyond you, they try to encourage the women that you come together and apply for this corporately. So you all get the funding and then you execute the task. And that's another thing. Men are better at it than us, I think. They work together. Charlie, this contract is in, pitch in. But for women, sometimes we want to do it alone. Or we not just do it alone, but we think we can deal with the risk if it's just us. We are just a bit more hesitant. But another thing we have to be deliberate about, beyond the capacity building, is we pull ourselves together and then we leverage as a unit. Because one thing we seem to forget is we do have power as well. We are more than 50% of this population, yet why are we underrepresented and marginalized? Sometimes we don't leverage on the power we have. Like you mentioned, the family unit, we play a very pivotal role. If today we decide that we are not going to play our roles, the economy will crumble. So it's also about us identifying the power we have and leveraging on that and saying that because of the family roles we are playing, we are being left behind in certain spaces, but can you positively discriminate and make exceptions for us so that we are not left behind? I think that's one of the conversations we also have to start having. It's good that multinationals are very deliberate about inclusion, but I'll be honest with you, it's not the same with a lot of government agencies or even Ghanaian-owned businesses. And that's why the law came in, so that we follow the steps of the multinationals. With the multinationals, some of them have policies, you have laws that are governing them, that you have to be inclusive. And that's the direction this law or Ghana has to go to, that it's not just multinationals that I'll be, because I work with Talo, you can be in a multinational and then it's very it's a part of the culture of the place. And that's where we want to get to, that it's part of the culture that I walk into a space and I don't find it weird, but I don't find it strange that a woman is the CEO or the CFO. That's where we need to get to. And so even in the act, in terms of education as well, like she rightly said, you see that it's deliberate about from basic level to tertiary, there should be a review of our curriculum. Sometimes you take the book and daddy is in the living room watching TV, and mommy is the one in the kitchen. All these pictures they paint a picture in our minds, and we grow up with it. So for me, capacity building, pulling our resources together, being intentional with education, just as the law prescribes, and also as women leveraging on the power we have. If now the government the law says that ministries, you should have gender prioritized projects, all the women may be in agribusiness, you come together, you go and meet the minister and say, there's a law that says that you have to do this. What policies are you coming up with for us in this space? If you are in trade, you go and meet the minister of trade, you come as women together. I think we have to start leveraging together and bidding for things that rightly have been given to us. I think that works.
We can go much further as a collective, essentially, right? Yeah. So, Catherine, I'm going to just ask you to maybe follow up on that as our closing question or statement, and then we'll go to the participants for questions. I was hearing kind of a lot of grassroots initiatives, right, when Becky was speaking from obviously a government perspective, empowering women maybe in communities where there is more of a disparity. But how are you using data within your organization? So Catherine's establishing boards, board training, all of these things. So are you using data to demonstrate to maybe some of these organizations that are not as gender friendly, that, you know, having a couple of women on your board gives you exponential results? Have you started collecting that data? Do you tell those stories? Is it necessary?
It is necessary, actually, that we do that. And with my company, Sadar, we do an annual survey of boards every year. And with that, we track the revenue of companies and the female representation. However, that work actually needs to evolve because we often don't get the same companies applying each year. And so the next step of that project is to ensure that we're getting the same data from the same people continuously so that we can understand that impact. The IFC has done a lot of research around this, and it has been shown that companies with women on the boards increase, the performance increases. So we know that the data is there. My company does need to do it a little better, but we do track it. Confession. I'll talk to Ms. Intrakwa from Ernst & Young. She can help us. Thank you.
No, I mean, the reason why I asked that question is because sometimes I feel that when the World Bank and IFC, etc., report on these matters, it doesn't necessarily sync the same way that, so for example, when Prabha chipped in earlier to say within our institutions in a language that we understand,
Absolutely.
Right? I think Prabha wanted to add something on, and then we'll take a couple of questions, and unfortunately we're out of time, so please go ahead.
I wanted to add something which is maybe not strictly related, but I felt that as an entrepreneur, and I know there are a number of SMEs and businesses in the room, which is really important. I spoke about unconscious bias. And as an employer, one of the unconscious biases that I had to address is around gender pay parity. So I have made a conscious decision to have gender pay parity within my business, which means that huge difference to this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think that that's a really easy, actionable step that, as Prabha said, everybody can go away and take a look at, right? How many people within your organization, how many... Sorry? Oh, within your household even. Okay, so are your children getting the same allowance? Right? That was... Yes, your driver, your cleaner, your house. I mean, yes, we have to acknowledge the fact that different roles require, a different profile, so to speak. But as so much as people are doing similar roles, then there should definitely be similar pay. So, questions. We'll open up for a couple of questions. Please, gentlemen. here. Then we've got another gentleman here, and I think we'd have to stop with the lady at the back. So 3 questions. Did you have one as well? Okay, so we'll go to 4. Then we'll wrap it up, unfortunately. So please.
Francis Fosukobia is my name. Green Care Africa is my organization. I do building construction, climate change, and agriculture. I have one suggestion and one question. Ms. Catherine said that we are not getting the women to be board directors, to be this, to that. I have 2 suggestions. You have to go back to the basic. If you move outside this room and go to Kumasi, Takoradi, the northern regions and the surface, you find fine women on the streets who are marketers, who are potential board directors, but somebody needs to raise them. You cannot get automatic and miraculous leaders. This year, one thing that is happening is that those who are writing the BC, they said the women are more than the men. But the bad story is that some of the women are pregnant. So I ask myself, would they be able to go to the secondary schools, and would they be able to continue the university? Somebody needs to go and help these pregnant women to write the exams, then go with the secondary school with their children.
Yeah.
And the Beijing conference, most of the time you meet and the men are not there, then you go and say the men are beating us, the men are doing this. It's a gossip. So when you are having the Beijing conference, the men need to be there, so that you tell them that you are beating us, you are doing this, you are doing that. If you go in the Beijing conference and we are not there, and you go and talk, nothing will happen. My question goes to Madam Aka. You said that when you are talking about the women issue and the feminine, you are not talking about women, but you are talking about the men too. So the question is, what practical suggestion do you have that we, the men, needs to come together to help you so that it becomes an equal ground? When Eve wanted Adam to eat the fruit, he called him that, take the fruit and eat. So if you don't give Eve, and those who read the Bible says that Eve gave the fruit to Adam. So you have to find a way of giving the fruit to us. What practical way do you have for us? Thank you.
Okay. So, shall I answer?
Please touch. I wasn't able to write all of
Okay,
it.
so let's touch it. I've always said it. It's language and attitude. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to say something that might be very controversial in this room. I will say it, and I will say it clearly. I'm an atheist. Okay. I find that a lot of biases come from religion. Okay. So it's fine to have your religion, but be aware of the bias that comes through. You do not adopt those biases and use the religion as an excuse to hold on to those biases. Language and attitude is very important. You spoke up when you were in your question or your submission, you talked about the girls sitting the thing being pregnant. Now, for me, it shows immediately where you think about women immediately. That women you are thinking of them, I'm going to be fair plain speaking, as sexual beings. That should not be, it's not something that really is relevant to what we're talking about here. But the fact that is what came to your mind when you talked about the women sitting, and I know you are well-meaning, and I heard what you said about including the men in the conversation. I totally agree with you on that, okay? But be aware of your language, be aware of your biases. It's really important. And remember, if the women were pregnant, somebody made them pregnant. Thank you.
I just want to, Karen, did you want to add on, or you're okay? I have a slightly different view. I'm not saying that he doesn't have biases. Maybe there's some bias there. But the question that I posed to Karen earlier was based upon a conversation that I had with a couple of my colleagues within the banking sector. And they spoke about how the graduate recruitment process takes place. And you hire the best and the brightest across university, etc. However, by the time they get to maybe marrying, I don't want to say interest, because that would be an assumption, but their life becomes a bit more complicated, and they're unable to spend as much time in the office. You know, banks, they close their doors at 4, but often they're there till 7 or 8 in the evening. And when they start having children, that's another barrier. So by the time they come back from having children, their male counterparts have overtaken them in terms of career progression. So that was part of what formed my thought process, that there must be more leadership or senior leadership. Or maybe women being so smart, we catch up right? After giving birth to the children, we catch up very quickly when it comes down to that very senior level position. So I don't know if it's completely biased in terms of what he's saying. And I think that there needs to be some kind of intervention to ensure that when women are doing what we have to do, which is keep the world going, right? We're the only ones that are able to reproduce, that there should be some kind of allowance or something to enable us to have an equal playing field so that we are able to catch up. So I think that that's also a good point. I don't want to just assume that he was being biased. Yeah, I wanted to just add that on. But we are not fighting. Okay, so there was two more. There were people that already had their hands, and then we have to close because I have two more people for questions. I came in and you guys were running late, so give me my space, I beg you. Right. The other lady here at the back, please go ahead. We can't hear you, sorry. You need the mic. Oh, the okay, so you'll be next, yeah.
Yes, thank you, yes. So I'm Gloria, and my question goes to Madam Catherine. Yes, you made emphasis on... my question goes to Madam Catherine. Yes, you made emphasis on having a hard time recruiting women. Now, we at Women in Agribusiness Forum, we are full room, we are available, and my president, Madam Adeline, I would like to send a report to her that we would love to have a collaboration with you, then we can work together.
Much.
Thank you.
There was another question over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Clement Oponfree, representing MF Farms from Brekum, the Bono region. In entrepreneurship, what I can say and then follow up with a question is that it is from the child, the girl child. When I used to teach, I'll tell my students that you don't have to always wait till you get a job, because whatever you have a little, you can start. What you are doing, I've got to realize that you are interested in those who have already even started up doing something at somewhere before they are enrolled into your program. What are you doing for incubation? Girl child entrepreneurship incubation. Can't you do something where, right from whether the child was able to complete junior high school, if she completed, she's into something you have seen, parents have discovered, or the community supporting, right from that level, so that by the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, we have about 50 girls who have grown into full adult entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know if GCIC is mandated to work with students, essentially, but I think that there's a number of different institutions that cover different stages of the cycle, right? I know that there are specific institutions. A friend of mine runs an organization called Coral Reef, and they support schools in entrepreneurship. So I'm not sure if that's on the GCIC calendar for the coming year, but there are definitely different institutions. But I think ultimately your point that we need to start early is very critical, right? Before we also start taking on board those biases that are out there waiting for us, right? We need to build the capacity of these children whilst they're young and still open. Clara, you wanted to end the session for us with you had a contribution that you wanted to make, yeah? And then we'll bring it to a close.
I wanted to say that I think that it's a brilliant discussion, brilliant contributions and all. But I was thinking that, can we also up our game as women by being a bit more audacious when we are pitching? Because it looks like we are asking, I mean, that's just another angle to it, that we are asking that they sort of lower the bar to consider us, you know, in another angle. Can we start asking for the millions like the guys are asking, knowing our capacity? We know that, you know, they are lying. Sometimes they are lying and they're just being courageous. Not always. I mean, all apologies, you know. So I'm just saying that as we are looking at targeting the younger ones early and all of that, can we that are arrived be more audacious and also start asking for bigger amounts? Would that not work? Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. And I think that's a perfect end to this discussion because oh, sorry, did you want to? No, please, Karen. They're pushing me for time, but I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yes, I do. I agree with you that women need to be more audacious. But I think what you'll find is the younger people who are sort of less experienced, the women are careful, the men are not, because, you know, and it's a testosterone thing, or whether, you know, they are not thinking in terms of a family and other responsibilities. Women are tending to be multitasking all the time. You're going to school, you're selling bread for your mother, the tasks are many, and your brother is always playing football. I mean, you know, so I think, it's a mindset, yes, and it starts from very early. It's the way you're brought up, and those still affect us. So maybe we have to start looking at social welfare. We have to start looking at how we educate, what mothers tell themselves. I think we need to start looking at what kind of films NAFTI is producing. Because sometimes you watch those films and women are always being insulted. This one is a witch, she's gone and done this. I mean, negative projection of what and who women are, right? And I mean, naturally that's going to make one a little more than to say I'm a witch. No, you know?
Yeah.
So the society has to work together, and that's where I agree with the gentleman who spoke earlier. We've got to support each other, because if we grow together, Ghana can be great. Yeah. To be frank with you, I mean, when it comes to gender balance, there are a number of European countries where they don't have the attitude we have. They don't have that history of Yas Antwa, where we know that when women get annoyed, you don't want to be in the same room, right? They don't have that, and I think that to some extent, maybe, the religion has, you know, tended to reduce the importance of women in certain societies, but we don't have it yet. We actually have an advantage, and I think that we should take advantage of our history and build women up. That was the
Thank you very
point
much. I really appreciate that. This is a topic that I feel very passionate about women being big, bold, and audacious in business. And it's not necessarily for everyone, right? Some of you may want to run lifestyle businesses. You may just want to be able to bring in or substitute an income to build something that can employ hundreds, thousands, to build a business that is going to last for generations. You know, there's nothing that prevents you from being able to do that today. So thanks very much for sharing that, Clara. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. It's been fantastic. Catherine, Becky, Prabha, Karen, I really appreciate your views and insights. It's been a pleasure to moderate the panel. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Letitia Brown, for moderating that panel for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them once again.
I didn't allow him to bully me off the stage, right? I stood my ground.
All right, a round of applause once again. It's been very insightful, very educative, and I'm pretty sure we're all leaving here super inspired, with a lot more knowledge, and probably a lot more of a clear path on what to do next. There will be some more time to network and ask some questions before we leave. I'd also like to announce that lunch has been packed, so on your way out, you can pick that up. We're nearing the end of this session, this year's symposium. For those of you who've joined us online, thank you for your patience and thank you for your interaction so far. Those of you who shared the link, we really appreciate it. But before I call for the closing remarks to be said, I'd like to invite one of the government agencies. A representative is here with us. Director for Climate Change from the Environmental Protection Agency is here. He's by the name of Mr. Felix Addo. So I'd like to invite him to have a quick word with us before we wrap up.
Thank you, MC. Fortunately, I have a female CEO. Yeah. So, at least I'm not affected this afternoon. Let me quickly jump on the protocols already set. Earlier on, incubating climate innovation under the theme Building Scale, Action for Greater Impact. It is also a privilege that we meet a number of experts to share ideas, insights, as we collectively pave the way for an innovative, sustainable future. The Environmental Protection Authority is steadfast in its commitment to collaborating to combat the climate crisis as reflected in the Environmental Protection Act 2025, Act 1124, and also the Ghana's updated nationally determined contribution, NDCs. This one there's S. So, NDCs. Part 5 of the EPA Act 2025 advocate for mainstreaming climate change responses into all sectors and districts, build adaptive capacity, and develop low-emission measures. In our NDCs, Ghana aims to implement 34 mitigation actions across energy, transport, forestry, waste, and industry, striving for a substantial reduction of 64 million tons in emission by 2030. Additionally, the country aspires to create over 1 million green jobs by 2030 and prevent 2,900 premature deaths through improved air quality. This commitment is evident in various initiatives, including the development of the Article 6 framework of the carbon market. G4 made a lot of conversation on the carbon market. And I want to assure her that, yes, the loops are many, but let us continue with the conversation, and then we'll see how we'll drive this carbon market process forward. The ongoing National Adaptation Planning Readiness Project is being done, and the Sustainable Cocoa Forest Program in Ghana are also being implemented. Climate change poses a significant challenge, but it also presents opportunities for innovative solutions, as we are hearing and seeing here. Artificial intelligence for climate action, renewable energy initiatives, nature-based solutions, city greening initiatives, carbon capture technologies, and sustainable agriculture practices are vital for mitigating the impact of climate change and building adaptive capacities. As we celebrate and foster climate innovation today, we need to be mindful of the development and scaling new ideas that can ambitiously reduce emission, build resilience, and pursue a sustainable future for all. Considering the entire value chain of climate innovation is vital for successful implementation of innovative ideas, policies, research, finance, and collaborations. We must recognize the vital role of small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in the effort. Many of the most promising climate innovations come from such organizations. We need to ensure access to resource, partnership, mentorship, and network to reach their doorsteps. Promoting women in climate innovation is not just a matter of social justice, but a necessity for building resilient and sustainable communities. By empowering women to lead and participate in climate-related projects, we unlock their unique knowledge and leadership, which are crucial for developing effective solutions. Women, particularly in the developing countries, are often disproportionately impacted by climate change, but they also possess vital insights and skills to address the issue. Climate data is the cornerstone of informed decision-making, and its accessibility and utilization are crucial for accelerating climate action. Data collection, efficient analysis, and dissemination can empower communities, drive innovation, and ultimately lead to more effective climate-resilient efforts. I encourage each of us here to actively engage in the discussions, share our opinions as we have done, and explore more opportunities for collaboration. In closing, let us embrace the spirit of unity, innovation, and determination as we embark on this collective journey. May our deliberations, as we've done, be fruitful as we live here, our collaboration enduring, and our shared commitment resolute. Together, let us chart a course that ensures a sustainable, resilient future for Ghana and generations yet to come. On this note, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix Addo. He's the Director for Climate Change from the EPA, the Environmental, it's not agency, authority. Correct. Your presence here is very reassuring. Thank you once again.
Who delved into the issues very, very critically, and it has been very insightful for all of us. So as we bring the ICI 2025 to a close, I also want to extend my gratitude once again, and also to our generous donors. So this year's theme, Building Scale for Action for Greater Impact, has guided a day in rich learning, collaboration, and forward-thinking dialogues. From RUCA's opening charge to move beyond incremental activity toward bold, system-shifting innovations, to our deeply practical sessions on the power of data, that the time for bold coordination, as Dean Abdul so aptly reminded us, small beginnings, when matched with bold and visionary acts, can lead to meaningful intentionality and ambition that must carry us forward beyond this room. Dennis from Imani further emphasized the fiscal consequences of environmental degradation and urged us to confront governance shortcomings through continuous policy iterations and deepen collaborations with key stakeholders. His reflections are a timely reminder that good governance is central to sustainable climate solutions. EY, which was ably presented by Yvette, reinforced a critical truth, and the truth is that data is foundational for scale. We must collect it, we must analyze it, we must apply it to drive decisions, measure impact, and communicate value, whether in solar energy, sustainable agriculture, or waste management. So this was one of my favorite things I put down. Data is not a luxury, it is a lifeline. And from GIFA, we are reminded that true innovation is not just about invention, but collaboration. Entrepreneurs must focus on their core strengths and build partnerships to fill the gaps that they have. Governments must create enabling environments to accelerate such partnerships, and investors must recognize that shared value delivers stronger returns and mitigates risks. I want to move on to our panel. I was very excited when I saw the lineup, but then I was totally blown away during the discussions because it was really insightful and the conversations were really deep. You could tell that the people who sat on the panels were people who were actually passionate about whatever topic that was being discussed. And some key takeaways I just want to hint on are that partnerships are about alignment, not just about access, and that innovation means listening, evolving, and delivering with intent. And also financing must be fit for purpose and not just available. And for the final panel we had, for me, I just took away that we must educate society on the transformative power of the woman
to lead and to thrive at the top. This symposium has not just been a platform for ideas, it has been a launchpad, a catalyst for action, echoing Ruka's original call to go beyond the incremental and embrace the exponential. Let us leave here not only inspired, but activated as well, ready to connect, collaborate, and scale boldly in service of climate resilience and an inclusive future. So on behalf of Ashesi University, I would like to express our deep appreciation to the donors and to the partners who make this work possible. So Global Affairs Canada, thank you. GIZ, thank you. And Standard Chartered, thank you. Your steadfast support continues to strengthen this ecosystem and enable real, measurable progress the most. Thank you once again for your presence, your partnership, and your purpose. Together, let's continue to build for scale with action for a greater impact. Thank you so much for coming, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Joel. He's the Assistant Director, Technology and Product Development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today, your participation, your patience. I really hope everything that's happened today, everything you've heard, everything you've seen, the statistics, the data goes a long way to inspire you on your own journeys, whether as an entrepreneur or as a career man or and we wish you success in everything you do. My name is Antoine Mensah. It's been a pleasure hosting this year's symposium. Lunch is ready. It's packed for you. You can take it away once you step into the foyer. Exchange some more contacts, build that network. But I'll also ask of you that you follow GCIC, share and let others see the great work they've been up to as a way of inspiring others to follow suit. There's a lot to be done in this sector. A lot's being done. There's a lot more. So let's all contribute in the little ways we can. Thank you so much.